Chapter 9:21. Silence. Dead silence. At this moment, Zhang Tao's face was pale, and he was no longer tall. He really looked like a weak scholar. His words were calm and not domineering in the slightest. However, at this moment, all the experts present, the experts in the dark, and the experts who heard his words, without exception, were all emotional. Neo-warrior. Maybe, from now on, there would be one more neo-warrior. Originally, in their eyes, it was just a few decades. Could this be considered an era? The era of gods and demons had lasted for countless years. In the era of sex, the emperors rose. In the era of suppressing stars, the suppressing heavenly king alone dominated the three realms. Neo-warrior. What was neo-warrior? They had no experts, no background, no resources, nothing at all. They were just a bunch of commoners who looked like peasants. But now, among these nonentities, there was a figure like Zhang Tao. With such a leader, neo-warrior could be called an era. A new era. Today, Zhang Tao was the most outstanding. Even Grey Cat couldn't suppress his limelight. It was not surprising that these old antiques knew something about Grey Cat. But the leader of neo-warrior, the human emperor, no, maybe it was more appropriate to call him human king, shocked everyone. There were experts who could kill emperor-level experts. But he knew the road ahead was bumpy, and he still insisted on going his own way. In people's eyes, this was the road to death. If human king didn't kill Taiyan and maintained his current combat strength, he might be able to fight for it in a few years. Stay dormant. If Zhang Tao chose to stay dormant, no one would believe that he had the strength he had now. No one would be afraid of him, and no one would care too much about him. Just like Li Zhu. Li Zhu chose this path. But Zhang Tao chose a completely different path. He chose to stand up. As long as he was alive, humans would be strong. Whoever dared to bully humans would be killed. Even if he had to be the enemy of the whole world. So what? Even if his strength was greatly damaged. So what? Who dared to kill him at this moment? He still had the strength to fight. With his courage, he might be able to kill a venerable emperor in the end. Even if he couldn't, he would seriously injure some people and miss the next big change. The female venerable emperor's question, is it worth it, had too many meanings. Was it worth to give up the imperial path that he might get to protect a group of nonentities? Was it worth it to lose a great deal of strength for a group of ants and possibly not be able to avoid the great calamity in the future? The rain of blood poured down in torrents. Over the past 1,000 years, another venerable sovereign had died. As soon as the great peace heavenly emperor left the mountain, he died on the spot. The deathly silence lasted for a while. The skinny old man glanced at Zhang Tao and suddenly chuckled. Martial king. Human king, interesting. I've underestimated you. Never mind. I won't compete with you any longer today. In these 1,000 years, you're the second expert, after unquestionable Jian, that obtained my acknowledgement. In the past 1,000 years in this world, only the unquestionable sword and Zhang Tao were acknowledged by this ancient, venerable sovereign. The recognition of strength, the recognition of status, no longer looking down on others, no longer arrogant. Such an expert was worthy of attention. Having said that, the thin old man smiled faintly again and said, however, King Wu, if Fang Ping is the real unquestionable sword, King Wu, please think thrice. This person might not be more reliable than us. After saying that, the old man tore through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as he left, the female venerable sovereign said calmly, we are also fighting for our lives. Beg for life. Unquestionable Jian. This person might not beg for life, but his desire to die is even stronger. King Wu, if you want to protect the human world, perhaps the person you should kill the most is this person. Having said that, I don't want to say more. King Wu, think about it yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the female venerable sovereign also disappeared quietly. The other person did not say a word. He glanced at the place where great peace heavenly emperor died, a faint smile on his face, leaving behind an indecipherable laugh, and drifted away. Fang Ping belonged to King Wu. To this emperor-slaying, powerhouse. To this powerhouse who did not hesitate to fight to the death, to fight until the end. As for whether Fang Ping was unquestionable Jian, Zhang Tao would think about it himself. If he was, saving Fang Ping might not be a good thing. These people left one after another, leaving only Life King and a few others here. At this moment, some of the true king powerhouses in the dark also started to leave. However, the news about King Wu's strength being damaged would also spread quickly. Although this person had killed a great emperor today, with his strength damaged, there might be some trouble in the future. However, the trouble would not be too big. Before the big change happened, probably no one would be willing to fight with him to the death. At this moment, Zhang Tao could almost be compared to Heavenly Emperor Dragon transformation, who was about to reach the end of his lifespan. Although Life King was alone now, he was not too worried. Looking at Zhang Tao, Life King suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't you and I work together once, and I will help you recover your strength?" Zhang Tao said lightly, "Work together? You are not qualified." Life King chuckled and said, "Maybe. However, do you really think that the second king will only attack Godland? You are wrong. King Wu, the second king, is stronger than you think and more calculative. Now, I also know some of the top secrets of the Demon Emperor period. Back then, a great war broke out in the bounded domain. Demon Emperor remnants, like the second king, were originally public enemies, but in the end it was others who suffered heavy casualties, and the second king fell into a deep sleep. Do you really think it is a coincidence?" Zhang Tao said nothing. Life King chuckled and was about to leave. Then his expression changed, and he suddenly looked at 9 southern region. Zhang Tao was previously calm, but at this moment his expression changed slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You are really good." Rumble. An earth-shaking roar resounded. On this day, 9 southern region was full of disasters. The blood rain was still there, and a royal city exploded. Not long after Great Peace Emperor fell, the royal city exploded. For a moment, Zhang Tao did not know what to say. Who else would do this other than Fang Ping? When did this brat go to gigantic Willow City? He guessed that Fang Ping took advantage of the chaos to run away, and thought that he had gone back. He did not expect that this brat went to do something big again. Zhang Tao laughed bitterly in his heart. That's enough. Did he really think that humans were invincible? The reason why human powerhouses nowadays were feared was because everyone showed an attitude of not caring about their lives, and that they would fight you to the end at any time. This was what made all parties afraid. Those old antiques all cherished their lives. It was the same here in the catacombs. It was a pity that fate was built on the present. When the chaos started, these people could cultivate to this level, and they were not really afraid of death anymore. When that time came, they would probably be people who did not care about their lives anymore. Moreover, if they were too aggressive, humans would also become the target of public criticism. Enough is enough. Kid, it's fine that you blew up a royal city, but today you've destroyed 9 southern territory. Next, the catacombs' powerhouses will fight you to the end, Zhang Tao thought in his heart. He did not say anything, as if he did not care. Life King glanced at him, his expression indifferent. Without saying anything, he broke through the air and left. In the blink of an eye, Life King had traveled 1,000 miles. He grabbed 2 people in his hands and broke through the air, heading straight for Mount Imperial Sea. He did not care about what was happening here anymore. Zhang Tao stayed where he was, not caring about what was happening over there. Blowing up a royal city was not big, but it was not small either. He was here, and he had just slaughtered an emperor. Now that everyone was afraid, no true king would get involved in this matter. The power of slaughtering an emperor could last for a while. Zhang Tao did not care about Fang Ping. He looked at Gong Yuzi, a faint smile on his face. "Thank you, Senior, for your help today." "No problem." Gong Yuzi's expression did not change. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. "If I may be so bold, Senior, Have you seen the unquestionable sword in recent years? No. Then I'll ask again. Back then, was that monster plant a gift from you, Senior? Gong Yuzi thought for a moment, saying slowly, the monster plant came from the Emperor's tomb. Back then it was a coincidence, and also your fate. It can't be considered as a gift from me. No matter what, Zhang Tao still has to thank Senior for your guidance. If not for that monster plant, Zhang Tao would not be who he is today. This is a gift from you. Zhang Tao bowed slightly, but Gong Yuzi avoided him. I don't deserve it. Martial kings don't have to do this. He could accept Zhang Tao's bow, but not a kingman's bow, and not a powerhouse who slaughtered an emperor. This is the first reason. Secondly, Senior, you sent War King out of seclusion in the past. War King has protected mankind for 300 years. This is a great favor to mankind. I thank you on behalf of mankind for your help. Zhang Tao bowed again, and Gong Yuzi avoided him again. In addition, Senior, you saved Fang Ping today. Fang Ping is mankind's most outstanding prodigy, the hope of the future. You helped him just now. This is the third favor. Zhang Tao bowed again. 3 times. 3 times, Gong Yuzi avoided him. At this moment, War King stood aside, not saying a word. Seeing that Gong Yuzi avoided him 3 times, Zhang Tao chuckled and said, I will remember these 3 favors. Humans may be weak, but we also know that a drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. Neo-martial artists may be devils, but they are not devils. Martial artists of my generation are quick to repay kindness and hatred. Kindness must be repaid. Hatred must be avenged. I will be arrogant today and promise on behalf of the neo-martial artists that I will repay with my life the venerable emperor who sent powerhouses out of seclusion to protect mankind's boundaries in the past. Senior, you helped me once. 3 favors. If the neo-martial artists repay with 2 lives, I will also repay the favor. Zhang Tao's words were clear, and he had calculated everything clearly. It was not Zhang Tao's character to say it so bluntly after receiving a favor. However, this time, Zhang Tao said it very clearly. Beside him, War King's expression changed. He looked at Gong Yuzi and suddenly let out a long sigh. Kindness is kindness. Hatred is hatred. This was what Zhang Tao meant. I remember kindness and hatred. 3 lives. Zhang Tao was very arrogant. Although he did not say it out loud, his meaning was clear. Neo-martial artists, spare Gong Yuzi 3 times and spare his life 3 times. After 3 times, he would get his revenge. It was the same in other boundaries. Zhang Tao did not remember the kindness of these venerable emperors. He remembered the kindness of the top experts in Star Town. He even remembered the Yang family's old ancestor, because these people had protected mankind for 300 years. Without them, there might be others. Maybe the heaven-subduing king would still be alive. However, all of this was hypothetical. Zhang Tao only knew that the 13 top experts in Star Town had made great contributions to China today. On the other side, Gong Yuzi's expression was complicated. He was no longer indifferent. After a long time, he sighed and said, In the past, I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the human martial artists would have such a day. The emperors, and all living beings, but not the human martial artists. In fact, it was all a coincidence. No one had ever schemed against the human martial artists, because they were ants. As for being implicated and killed, those were the lives of ants. The powerhouses would not care about them. No one had thought that the human world could become a force today. As for the heaven-subduing king, he was not considered a powerhouse of the human world. Those who had memories of the peak of suppressing Star City couldn't be considered as such. But those who didn't might be able to. These people no longer schemed. At this moment, they had completely become people of the human world. With King Wu as the leader and several top experts as support, although the human world was weak, it could not be underestimated. It had become a force that could not be ignored. I know. Zhang Tao smiled and said, It doesn't matter if it was intentional or not. But billions of lives are not insignificant. Therefore, the new martial artists will fight and struggle to the end, to the day of complete extinction. We are not willing, so we have the new martial artists. Our geniuses are emerging one by one. Senior, you can see it. I don't care who they were in the past. I only know that today they're who they are, the new martial artists that I, Zhang Tao, am proud of. New martial artists. Zhang Tao. At this moment, Gong Yuzi murmured softly, I'll remember it. I'll remember this era that belongs to you, the era that belongs to the new martial artists. At this moment, the image of unquestionable Jian flashed in his mind. It gradually overlapped with Zhang Tao, but in the blink of an eye it separated. For a moment, Gong Yuzi suddenly felt that the disciple that he was proud of for his whole life might not be as good as Zhang Tao. It was not in terms of strength, but something else. No one said that the era of sex belonged to unquestionable Jian, even if he had killed many great emperors. No one said that unquestionable Jian was qualified to represent Nera, because he really did not have that qualification. Being a powerhouse did not mean everything. And Zhang Tao had that qualification, even if he was so weak at the moment, even if the new martial artists were still not strong enough. Zhang Tao smiled and did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, dozens of monster corpses floating in the sea fell into his hand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tao did it very naturally. With a chuckle, he disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Gong Yuzi did not look down on him, only an indescribable feeling. A group of rank 8 and rank 9 monster corpses thrown in front of him. He did not look at them. There were so many powerhouses on the scene just now. Even the skinny old man and these monsters were all his subordinates. He did not look at them. A certain powerhouse who had just killed a great emperor was like a merchant in the market. Before leaving, he actually took all of them away. Was he petty? No. Carefree. What a martial king! What a new martial artist! Gong Yuzi suddenly laughed and disappeared into the forbidden sea in the blink of an eye. However, a voice came. Jiang Tianming, today I'll expel you from Purple Cap Mountain. You have no memories, no unique skills of Purple Cap Mountain, and you are not a disciple of Purple Cap Mountain. You are a martial artist of the human world. From now on, your fate is in your hands. The warlord did not scold anymore. With a complicated look, he said, I am a martial artist of the human world, and you are the sect leader. Gong Yuzi, when we meet tomorrow, I won't show mercy. Ha ha ha, that's for the best. With that, Gong Yuzi completely disappeared into the vast sea. No one knew where he went. The warlord stood where he was for a moment, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Too many mysteries had been uncovered today. Too many karma had been severed today. It was also today that the new martial artists officially entered the eyes of everyone. From now on, the new martial artists were no longer ants under the protection of the heaven-suppressing king. They had a leader, Martial King Zhang Tao. The emperor-level battle was about to come to an end. The reason why it was about to end was because the cat's side was not over yet. However, it would be over soon. Xue Li left behind thousands of kilograms of meat and escaped. The dragon emperor wanted to chase after him, but the cat called for him to stop. According to the cat's words, you can't kill it. The cow has to be raised for meat. You can't kill the cow. He had been watching that cow for a long time. The big dog had said a long time ago that it wanted to raise it for food. Unfortunately, the cow had an owner at that time, and the big dog was no match for it. It could only watch it for now and wait for the day to come. Now that the big dog was gone, the cat felt that it was still necessary to stick to the plan of raising the big dog. The cow gave birth to calves, and the calves gave birth to calves. There was no end to the number of descendants. He could eat beef often in the future. If Xue Li ran away, the big crow would be in trouble. The cat felt that the crow's meat was unpalatable. In addition, the other party had occupied its fishing spot and bullied it. It was very angry and asked Gong Yuzi and the others to continue beating it. The great crow was beaten until all its feathers fell off. Seeing that the great crow was about to die, the green cat shouted for it to stop. The dragon emperor and the others were still a little weaker. The big crow was also a dharch at full strength. If it really fought to the death, it might not be able to escape unscathed. The big crow ran away. Not long after Zhang Tao and the others left, the dharch battle for food also came to an end. The few of them were actually not in the mood to chase after the big crow. Gong Yuzi's figure was ethereal as he looked into the distance. That was where great peace had died. After looking for a while, Gong Yuzi sighed and said, "New Marshal Zhang Tao. This person passed by Kuokang Mountain a few days ago. I knew that he was extraordinary." Nonsense. At this time, the burly old man from the forbidden area laughed and said, "To be able to kill a dharch, he is naturally extraordinary. Beihai, you are smart. If you provoke this person, I think the one who died a few days ago would have been you." As he said that, the old man laughed and said, "Not necessarily. With Dharch Song here, you might not die." In the past, the cat and unquestionable Jian were on good terms, and it was also on good terms with War Monarch. However, the place he chose to sleep was not Purple Cat Mountain, but Kuokang Mountain. The cat said that it was for food, but that was naturally not the only reason. According to the situation at that time, it was most suitable for it to stay on Purple Cat Mountain. However, the cat went to Kuokang Mountain. The old man felt that because of this, Gong Yuzi would not die so easily. The Dragon Emperor also shrunk his body and suddenly turned into human form. He was also extremely burly. When he heard that, he smiled and said, "That's true. With the cat around, Beihai will not die so easily. However, the cat is gone now. It's hard to say." The cat blinked its big eyes innocently. "Why are you talking about me? I don't fight. I don't care if the fake human emperor wants to kill Gong Yuzi." With the beef in hand, the cat was not willing to stay for long. It continued riding on Jiao and patted Jiao. It said, "Gong Yuzi, Dragon Emperor, I'm leaving. Do you want some beef? Can I share some with you?" It said to share, but it had no intention of sharing at all. The Dragon Emperor and the others laughed. The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not care about its you and said, "Dharch Tsang, try to give away the divine artifacts in your hands. Now is not the same as before. Everyone is going crazy. You have many divine artifacts. Celestial Dharch has fallen, and the few venerable emperors who are on good terms with you are either dead or crippled. Now, only the few of us still have the strength to fight. In the past, when the heavenly bell appeared, powerhouses gathered. Now," the old man said with some sadness, "when the heavenly bell appeared, only we came. We are also old and crippled. We can't protect you anymore. The Archsong, be more careful. There are probably many people who have designs on you now." When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor and Gong Yuzi were silent. They were old and crippled. They were not as good as they were in the past. After the Heaven Realm was destroyed, the Celestial Dharch protected the cat. Not long after the Celestial Dharch died, the various great Thearchs were still in hibernation. The cat found Kuokang Mountain and found the unquestionable sword. Many powerhouses were still alive in the past, but in the Battle of the King's battlefield, some of the powerhouses who were on good terms with the cat also died. Now they came out again with the heavenly bell. Only 3 powerhouses came. Others were shocked, but these people were sad. The most ancient Dragon Emperor even felt some regret. There was no longer the grand occasion of besieging Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor back then. Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor. In the past, when the heavenly bell appeared, hundreds of great Thearchs gathered. They were so arrogant. They could fight Celestial Emperor Batian too. Of course, that was also because Celestial Emperor Batian was easy to talk to. At most, he would be seriously injured. He would not kill them. But today, fighting Celestial Emperor Batian? Ridiculous. They were sad, but the cat did not mind. It said with a smile on its face, "It's fine. I'll just keep the fishing rod." The rest can be lent to others. But this cat isn't afraid. The cat's big tail swayed and said with a smile, "This cat got to know many, many powerful people again. Ah, I even found Big Dog's descendant, Puppy." As the cat said, it said somewhat dispiritedly, "But Puppy is too weak." As it said, its big tail started to slap Jiao. Gong, Zhuanzi, and the rest were stunned and looked at Jiao. This was Celestial Emperor's descendant? It did not look like it. The cat recognized the wrong person, right? The Dragon Emperor also said strangely, "Celestial Emperor's descendant? Why is it so weak?" Jiao buried its head in the sea. "Weak my ass. I'm rank 9. I'm not weak. I'm still a child, and I'm already very strong, okay?" The Dragon Emperor and the rest observed for a while and said no more. The descendant was probably not a purebred. Who knew how many generations it had been? If it was a direct descendant, then it was worth paying attention. They looked at Fang Yuan and frowned slightly. Too weak. So weak that they could probably kill her with a breath. "Sky Emperor, this is—" "Oh, brushing her fur." The cat said matter-of-factly, "My cat palace is about to be built. When it's done, she'll be the brushing cat general." Cough, cough. They all coughed softly. Fang Yuan looked gloomy. Brushing cat general? What kind of name was that? Seeing that the cat did not want to say more, they did not ask. Brushers usually had someone backing them up. They knew this very well. War King used a brush, and Unquestionable Sword was his backer. Before War King, there was actually another. However, that was before the heavenly realm was destroyed. It was too long ago, so they did not talk about it. Now that such a weakling had become the cat's brusher, could this child be a descendant of King Wu? They looked at each other, but the cat ignored them. It patted Jiao and said, "Let's go, puppy. Let's go home and eat beef." As for the beef, they forgot about it. They did not say they wanted it, so they did not want it. Jiao began to swim towards the shore. Gong, Zhuanzi, and the other two watched the cat leave. After a long time, the Dragon Emperor sighed again. Sky Emperor is still like this. He should have opened his own path long ago. With his foundation, it would be easy for him to become a venerable sovereign. Why did he have to do this? Gong, Zhuanzi sighed. That's his personality. That's good. If not, he might have ended up like a celestial emperor. He thought for a while and asked in a low voice, "Sky Emperor, does he still have guardians?" They looked at each other, and the Dragon Emperor shook his head. "I don't know. I'm afraid even Sky Emperor doesn't know. After the heavenly realm was destroyed, he never saw those people again." Sigh. After a sigh, they did not say anything else and left. They had no intention of gathering. P.S. I really caught a cold. My nose is running, and I'm a little dizzy. Chapter 9:22. Gigantic Willow City. Fang Ping's face was covered in dirt, and he sat on the ground in a daze. Why did it explode? I didn't want to blow it up. He just wanted to rob Li Yi. In the end, Li Yi was too timid. The moment Fang Ping's head popped up, this fellow did not even recognize Fang Ping. Without a word, he burrowed into the ground. Fang Ping felt that he could not let him get away, so he gave chase. In the end, that grandson, Li Yi, actually threw out so much life essence. What do you mean? Fang Ping was still in a daze. He had just casually ignited it, and then Gigantic Willow City was gone with a bang. Fang Ping sat in the giant pit on the ground, daydreaming. Up in the sky, Li Yi's face was pale as she was held in Hua Qidao's hand. Gigantic Willow City Lord, on the other hand, was livid, standing in the air with a golden willow tree. He stared at Fang Ping below, his expression turning uglier and uglier. It exploded. It exploded just like that. Last time, Fang Ping almost blew up Gigantic Willow City. In order to prevent Fang Ping from coming again, Willow Deity did not even leave behind the Fountain of Life. It used all of it to prevent Fang Ping from detonating it. In the end, it really blew up this time. The huge king city disappeared in an instant. The entire city was destroyed. Apart from the 3 humans and 1 demon in the air, There was no one left. Fong Ping, is this how you, a revived martial artist, do things? Destroy the entire city? The gigantic Willow City, Lord roared angrily. All the people in the city were gone. Fong Ping was also innocent. His face was covered in dirt. He stood up, picked his ears, and said, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I don't want to kill everyone in your city. I don't do that now. I usually only rob mines. Li, what's wrong with you? Why did you blow up the city?" Although Fong Ping did not mind being called a devil, he was innocent this time. "I didn't want to blow it up." In the air, Li still had a lingering fear. "I almost died." If Hua Qidao had not discovered it in time and grabbed him, he would have been killed by the explosion. The explosion happened too quickly this time. Some rank 8s in the city were killed. Although he was also at the 8th rank, he was at the core at that time and was really only one step away from death. Li did not say anything. As for the life essence she had just thrown out, Li didn't want to say anything. Father had said that if he encountered Fong Ping and was no match for him, his life would be in danger. So he had tossed out some treasures to attract Fong Ping's attention. This was what Father said. He believed it. Therefore, as soon as he sensed the danger, he threw out a large amount of life essence without hesitation. Who would have thought that Fong Ping, who was used to blowing things up, would just casually explode them? How could he say such a thing? The way the gigantic Willow City Lord looked at him was a little unfriendly. But Li was really hard to explain. Could he say that he was afraid of death? Fong Ping appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He had seen it before. Even someone as arrogant as Fong Extermination died just like that. At this moment, Li did not want to answer Fong Ping's question. She said darkly, "Fong Ping, I came to the Outland this time with no intention of becoming your enemy. Why did you attack me?" Fong Ping grinned. "If you want to kill, then kill. We're enemies. We're mortal enemies. The hatred of our race is absolutely irreconcilable. Li, have you lost your mind?" Li's words almost made him laugh. "Are you an idiot? Those from the Destiny Royal Court weren't so bad. But those from the Skyplant's Royal Court would fight to the death with the humans. That was the norm. As for the upper echelons, the Absolute Peak realm, that was because it was not convenient to kill them on sight. The impact was too great. But under the Absolute Peak, was it not normal to kill on sight? It's a pity that Li Zhu gave birth to a foolish son like you." Fong Ping chuckled. "Now I'm a little suspicious. Are you really Li Zhu's son? Don't tell me he carried you here and used you as a chess piece to attract the attention of outsiders. In fact, he has a biological son like Hua Qidao?" Fong Ping rubbed his chin and muttered, "It's possible. Hua Qi said that he was the son of Commander Zhua. Now that Commander Zhua is dead, it's possible that your father killed him to silence him. He purposely placed his real son in Commander Zhua's care. Now that Commander Zhua is dead, his son won't attract much attention." Without waiting for them to speak, Fong Ping shouted, "Let me finish. Li, did your old man value Hua Qidao more? Did he let you lie low and let Hua Qidao gain more experience? Did he let him taste all the hardships of the world and gave him countless opportunities? You lived a life of luxury while he lived a life of slaughter and blood? That's right. That's what a father would do for his child. Now I'm sure that Hua Qidao is Li Zhu's biological son." Li's lungs almost exploded in anger. Fong Ping's words were not false at all, but he would not believe it. Did Fong Ping really think he was an idiot? Hua Qidao's expression was also ugly. He said coldly, "Fong Ping, I didn't expect you to dare come here. Do you think I can't do anything to you?" There were 3 rank 9 martial artists here. Fong Ping had been discovered, but he did not escape. Instead, he was arguing with them. Hua Qidao felt vaguely uneasy. However, in his impression, Fong Ping's strength was still at the time of the battle in Magic City's catacombs. Actually, it was only a few days. At that time, Fong Ping could fight martial artists around level 2 origin path. He knew this. It was not that the royal court did not collect information. However, Hua Qidao, had entered level 4 origin and was about to reach level 5. Gigantic Willow City Lord was also an origin powerhouse, and not a weak one at that. He was level 5 origin, or else he would not have been qualified to fight Wu Chuan. Gigantic Willow City's Willow Tree was also an origin powerhouse. Where did Fang Ping get the confidence to say all this to 3 origin powerhouses? However, at that moment, the sky was raining blood. Hua Qidao was also on high alert. A powerhouse had fallen. The voice from the Forbidden Sea also came faintly. He knew that King Wu had killed an emperor-level powerhouse. Fang Ping was counting on King Wu. Fang Ping was too lazy to say more. He looked in the direction of the Forbidden Sea and murmured, "It's over. So soon, looks like I have to go too." The Battle of Emperors had ended. If he did not leave now, he might attract some trouble. King Wu killed an emperor. This time, I, the Demon King, only killed some small fries. The only powerful one was that worm from Xianlong's family. I think killing Li Zhu's son was not bad. Fang Ping smiled brightly, but Hua Qidao's expression changed wildly. Who did Fang Ping kill? Xianqiu? How could it be? Xianqiu was a level 9 origin powerhouse, not far from level 10, not far from being a true king. Fang Ping killed it? Before he could react, Fang Ping's speed was so fast that it was invisible. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and punched his head. Hua Qidao roared and retreated. The 2 gigantic Willow City rank 9s beside him also attacked. Fang Ping punched and blew up the branches of the willow tree. With a side kick, the gigantic Willow City Lord flew back dozens of meters. In the next moment, like an arrow, he chased after Hua Qidao, laughing. "Li Zhu's son, I will kill you today." At the side, Li Yi was stunned. At this moment, he really began to doubt himself. At this time, was Fang Ping joking or serious? When he said he wanted to kill Li Zhu's son, Li Yi thought he was going to kill him. Who would have thought that Fang Ping would attack Hua Qidao with an attitude that would kill him? Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He just said it casually. As for killing Hua Qidao, nonsense. Hua Qidao should be the strongest among these people. Of course, he had to kill the powerhouse first. With Li Yi's rank 8 strength, could he escape? Bang! Hua Qidao still could not avoid it. Fang Ping kicked his left arm. The flesh of his left arm exploded directly, leaving only the golden bone. Hua Qidao's expression changed dramatically. The divine weapon appeared in his hand. He shouted angrily, "You're not Fang Ping?" As soon as the words came out, he knew that he was thinking too much. But how could Fang Ping be so strong? This combat strength was probably the strength of a rank 7 or rank 8 origin. Fang Ping grinned. "Of course I am Fang Ping. Li Qidao, weren't you very arrogant that day in Sky Plant City? Come on, continue to be arrogant." Talking did not delay Fang Ping's movements. Without the divine weapon, Fang Ping's combat strength was not affected much. He did not use 2 complicated combat techniques. He did not know complicated ones. He just used basic fist techniques, basic leg techniques, and some puncture kicks. Every punch and kick was a weapon to kill the enemy. The 3 rank 9s did not need to say much. At this moment, they surrounded Fang Ping and gave it their all. All of them were extremely serious. The fact that Fang Ping possessed such strength was beyond their expectations. All 3 of them were Origin Dao, and their combat strength was not bad. Fang Ping fought with them for a while. Although Hua Qidao's golden bones were broken, he was also hit by the willow tree a few times and tumbled a few times. He had been fighting until now. Although he could recover, he was actually an arrow at the end of its flight. Many times a battle was not just about having enough vitality. His essence, chi, and spirit were exhausted. He was not as strong as when he killed the black dragon. His current combat strength was also not as strong as before. It would be difficult to take them down in a short time. Even so, Fang Ping was still arrogant. He smiled lightly. There will be powerhouses coming to help Nanjiang City very soon. Now that a martial king has killed an emperor, a true king cannot enter the realm. This has become an iron law again. Don't expect anyone to come to save you, unless Li Zhu comes personally. Otherwise, who would dare to risk their lives to save you? The few of them did not say a word. Hua Qidao was silent for a moment. Suddenly he shouted, "Your Highness, you leave first." "Leave?" Fang Ping kicked a hole in the willow tree's trunk. He laughed. "Where do you think you're going?" "Li, I'm too lazy to kill you. Come, hand over your storage ring, divine weapon, and that palace. I'll spare your life." Things like divine weapons were too difficult to seize. Many martial artists would keep their divine weapons back into the Sanjiao Gate when they died. They could not get them at all. Fang Ping had his eyes on those divine weapons. He did not want them to disappear just like that. Li Yi ignored him and fled immediately. Fang Ping's expression turned cold. A golden house fell with a loud crash, covering Li Yi directly. The golden house was a mentality materialization. Li Yi had heard of it before. When it fell, he used his mentality to resist it. He wanted to block it, but how could he block the current Fang Ping? He was immediately covered. Fang Ping laughed loudly. Hua Qidao, 2 humans and 1 demon, were extremely cold and fierce. They attacked Fang Ping madly. Li Yi had been caught right under their noses. If this matter was spread out, Li Zhu would also lose face. At this moment, Fang Ping trembled slightly. He smiled. "A true king is here? I wonder which true king has arrived in the dark?" True kings do not enter the Outland. It seems like this true king wants to be the martial king's enemy. "Release Li Yi." A loud voice shook Fang Ping's eardrums until they bled. The golden house also trembled slightly, showing signs of cracking again. At this moment, a light snort was heard. True kings do not enter the Outland. This is the Iron Law. From today onwards, the rules will remain the same. True kings, true gods, and paragons do not enter the Outland. Forbidden Ocean, Mount Royal Sea, and the restricted area can enter. Those who dare to disobey will be killed. As soon as the words were spoken, less than 100 li away from Fang Ping, a silhouette was suddenly blasted into the space rift. In the next moment, the silhouette appeared a few hundred li away. His head and face were covered in dirt, but he still said coldly, "Release Li Yi, martial king. If the royal lord's son dies here, is Li Zhu not hiding anymore? He actually made a true king protect his son. How impressive. Martial king, there's no need to test me. I'm on good terms with Li Zhu. As everyone knows, the royal court has no intention of fighting the land of rebirth. Although martial king is strong, he can't stop the royal court's kings." An emperor-level powerhouse was indeed very strong. However, there were many true gods. 7 or 8 were not enough. 10 were more or less enough to stop an emperor level. This was Zhang Tao's previous strength. Now, 3 to 5 true kings could even fight an emperor level who had just entered emperor level. Emperor level and those below emperor level did not have qualitative changes. They could still be killed by relying on numbers. Of course, at this moment, everyone did not consider the extreme path Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, the extreme path Heavenly Emperor did not exist in this world. I'm not interested in this. True kings don't enter the domain. I'll count to 3 and leave. Otherwise, I'll kill you. 1. Martial king. 3. In the next moment, Zhang Tao broke through the air and arrived. The other party's expression changed. With an angry roar, he broke through the air and left. At the same time, Zhang Tao also left quickly. At this moment, Zhang Tao's voice rang in Fang Ping's ears. "Don't kill these people. Now is not the time. You can capture Li Yi and exchange him for some useful resources. Not killing him is more worthwhile than killing him. Leave quickly. The catacombs is not safe now. The Forbidden Sea is too complicated. Powerhouses from all walks of life are hiding in it. I'm too badly injured. I must rush back immediately. Hearing that old Zhang was badly injured, Fang Ping did not know whether it was true. At this moment, he did not want to tangle with the other party anymore. He unleashed his full strength, punching and kicking, sending 2 people and a demon flying. Fang Ping broke through the air and left. As he flew, he laughed. I'll spare your worthless lives today. Don't worry, Li Yi, I have no interest in killing this useless thing. Ask Li Zhu to prepare 100 tons of Fountain of Life, 100 rank, 9 divine weapons, 100 mineral veins, and I'll let him go. Bastard. Hua Qidao was furious. What a joke. Although he was angry, knowing that Li Yi's life was not in danger, he relaxed a little. Fang Ping was already flying toward Nanjiang City. Even if he chased after him now, it would not help. He was no match for Fang Ping. Considering this, Hua Qidao shouted, Your Highness, I'll go back and inform the Lord. He will definitely save you. After saying this, Hua Qidao left quickly. Fang Ping laughed loudly. Seeing that Nanjiang City was just around the corner, he roared, Killing a few rank 9s today and capturing a Lord's son is nothing. In a few days, I'll also kill a few emperor ranks for fun. His words spread far and wide. In the void, there seemed to be a cold snort. Reckless fool! If King Wu had not intervened today and ended up killing Grand Peace, Fang Ping would not have had the chance to be arrogant. However, many people still took it seriously. Fang Ping had really come back alive from the Forbidden Sea. Previously, some people thought that he had died in the Forbidden Sea. However, thinking about it, this person was suspected to be the reincarnation of Unquestionable Sword. It would be strange if he had died just like that. They did not think too much about it. Nanjiang City. On top of the city wall, Wang Jinyang and the rest had smiles on their faces. Iron Head laughed loudly. Captured Li Yi? This kind of trash. Just kill him with 1 slash. Why did you bring him back? Fang Ping laughed loudly. Trash is also valuable. It's good to exchange it for a few divine weapons. In the Golden House, Li Yi's face was ashen, but he no longer struggled and did useless things. He did not expect that he would not be Fang Ping's match and be captured in 1 move. Initially, he had planned to plot against Fang Ping this time and let Fang Ping be hunted by all parties, who knew that in the end, their plan did not even work. Fang Ping had already attracted the attention of all parties. In the end, he was unharmed and ended everything with the death of an emperor. Just as Li Yi was thinking about this, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, Today we win big! King Wu killed emperor. Raise the prestige of our neo-martial artists. Let's congratulate King Wu. Fang Ping had not said these words for a long time. Today, however, he wanted to say it. King Wu Zhang Tao had killed the prestige of neo-martial artists this time. Even Fang Ping felt honored, truly feeling proud and confident. Us human powerhouses, achieving Emperor Wu and killing Emperor Wu in just a few decades. If this was not pride, what was? Even if old Zhang did not have the style or appearance of a powerhouse, he still had to give him face today. Raise the prestige of humanity. Raise the prestige of Sino Nation. There were not many people in Nanjiang City at this moment. Most of them had left the place. However, there were still hundreds of martial artists waiting in the city. At this moment, when they heard Fang Ping's words, their faces flushed red. Regardless of age, they roared one after another, Congratulations to King Wu! Congratulations to King Wu! Their voices shook the heavens. Killing Emperor. How magnificent! In the next moment, someone shouted, Congratulations to the Devil King, capturing and killing the enemy chief's son. Let's congratulate him. Fang Ping killed the Black Dragon Guardian's son, captured Li Zhu's son. forced Jiao and Huayu to retreat. Almost all the important figures below, the true king of the two royal houses, had been captured by him in one fell swoop. Let's congratulate him. Sino Nation's inheritance was orderly. There was King Wu above and Devil King below. How could they not congratulate him? Loud cheers sounded again. On the city wall, Wu Chuan had a look of envy and helplessness. When will you come to congratulate me, the guardian of the South? There's no way I'm going to survive as the guardian of the South. Now that Fang Ping had become the minister, Li Changxing had achieved the 9th refinement of the golden body this time. In addition to Wang Jinyang and the other sudden outburst, Tianmu could enter the peak at any time. The more Wu Chuan thought about it, the sadder he became. Back then, no. Just 2 years ago, when I was in the Magic City catacombs, I met the rank 3 Fang Ping, the rank 6 Li Changsheng, the rank 8 Tianmu. In the blink of an eye, it was hard to say who among the 4 would be the first to reach the apex. Let's not talk about Wu Quishan, who didn't come. The more we talked about it, the more upset we felt. Wu Chuan felt very uncomfortable. When Fang Ping landed on top of the city wall, he felt the gaze of a resentful woman sweeping over him. Looking at Wu Chuan, he grimaced. He said loudly, "Senior Brother Wu, you couldn't take down the gigantic Willow City lord back then. I've just avenged you. I've destroyed his descendants' roots and blown up his royal city. I've finally avenged you." Wu Chuan nearly died of anger. Son of a bitch. Once he succeeded, he became arrogant. She was still thinking about it. Ha ha ha! On top of the city wall, laughter shook the heavens. Although there were not many human powerhouses in the Nanjiang catacombs, at this moment they were incomparably heroic. We are not strong, but we are not afraid. We started from rags. We were originally barefooted. There was nothing to lose. What was there to be afraid of? Everyone was united. Even if they lost in the future, there was no need to regret it. Neo-martial arts. The most glorious time has arrived. Fang Ping murmured. Then he laughed softly. It's not bad to retire from the most glorious time and leave behind a beautiful memory. You and I are the future. Fang Ping looked around and looked at the few young people in the field. Neo-martial arts, it's time to come to an end. It's time for us young people to stand out. Old Zhang and the rest have been in the limelight so much recently. If we don't step down now, when are we waiting for? Ha ha ha! Hearty laughter rang out again. Smiles filled everyone's face. P.S. Recommend a book, Superhuman Once You Run Into a Ghost, by a big shot with 10,000 subscriptions. Chapter 923. On February 15th, Fang Ping and his party exited the Nanjiang catacombs. The trip to the emperor's tomb had come to an end. At this time, it was the 13th day of the first lunar month, the beginning of the new year, and the festive atmosphere had just faded. Not long after Fang Ping and the rest had returned to the surface, a list of names spread like wildfire on the internet. The 3 realms wind cloud leaderboard. At the beginning of the world, the gods and demons appeared, and the 3 realms were divided in the heavenly realm. The emperors ruled the world. In the earth domain, the 100 thearchs ruled. In the human world, mortal martial arts flourished. There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. Who among the heroes of the 3 realms dares to say that I, King Wu Wei, today, I have set up the 3 realms wind cloud ranking. Let's join in this grand undertaking. Among the heroes of the 3 realms, who will be the emperor? These lines of text opened up a new world for all of humanity. There were countless powerhouses in the 3 realms. There were 22 outer skies, 8 realms, 33 immortal islands, and many great emperors Bodemandas. This was under the command of a venerable emperor master. In the land boundary, the Earth Emperor God dynasty was divided into 4 royal courts, 36 dynasties, and 24 divine clans. These were the major forces in the land boundary. In the human world, the 6 great holy lands ruled supreme. The 3 ministries and 4 prefectures of Hua Nation formed their own system. The evil sects were exterminated but not destroyed. With just a few simple sentences, all the forces of the world had come to life on the paper. Only forces under the command of true gods, apex gods, and true kings had the qualifications to be listed on it. The human world is divided into 9 levels of the martial path. Peak cultivators and venerable sovereigns are all 9 levels. This is not appropriate. There are many names for martial arts in the 3 realms. It's not appropriate. The 3 realms have always been one. The martial Tao runs through the 3 realms and should be unified. I've roamed the 3 realms for more than 1,000 years, roaming everywhere. Today, I'm listed on the 3 realms wind cloud ranking. It's divided into 12 grades of martial arts, and all the experts of the 3 realms can be listed. Rivertown Governor's Office, Nanjiang's Reception Hall. The group of people took their seats. Fong Ping looked slightly exhausted. Beside him, Wu Chuan said in a low voice, "The 3 realms ranking list was not created by Minister Zhang. I've just called Minister Zhang. Huan Nation doesn't have such statistics, nor does they have the capability to do so, especially outside the Forbidden Sea. We haven't set foot in it at all." After he said that, Tianmu also said, "I just called the military. It's not just us, but the entire world is talking about it. Not only that, the Catacombs and even the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan also had a ranking list. Not long after we left, a huge stone tablet appeared in the Forbidden Sea, and on it was written the reputation list of the 3 realms." Everyone chimed in one after another. Fong Ping rubbed his forehead and smiled. "There's no need to guess who's behind this. Actually, it was very easy to guess that it was either Unquestionable Jian or the Great Pope. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that it was someone from the Heaven Realm. Some people wanted to stir up some trouble. What could be more eye-catching than setting up a martial arts ranking list of the 3 realms? Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? We just finished dealing with the matter of the Emperor's tomb, and this list came out. Fong Ping was not too concerned. Right now, he had just come out of the catacombs not long ago. Seeing how worried everyone was, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry. You don't have to worry too much about these despicable people. I heard that the guy who made the list calls himself Taoist Fengyan. Have you found any information about him?" As he spoke, Zhang Dingnan said, "No, the detective department tracked down the source of the list and finally found a small internet cafe. Nothing was left. There was no aura, no surveillance. In short, there were no clues. This so-called Taoist Fengyan is definitely not one person. The catacombs, the Forbidden Sea, and Earth made the list appear at the same time. This is not something that can be done by one person. It must be an organization. Also, their strength will not be weak, especially over at the Forbidden Sea. I'm afraid that there might really be an emperor-level powerhouse who made a move and set up that monument. The Great Pope and that bunch of people?" This was the first thing that came to Fong Ping's mind. He smiled and said, "Whoever made this thing has no good intentions. The evil sect, Unquestionable Jian, Li Zhu, or the remaining Heaven Realm disciples. These people could have done it." Li Hansong asked curiously, "Then what's their purpose?" Fong Ping smiled. "They said that there is no second place in martial arts. Maybe they want to set up a few targets. I'm afraid that the number 1 on each list will not be spared. Even if no one challenges you, you will still attract the attention of some people in the future. For example, the number 1 on the Emperor ranking list. Do you think this list will be made known to the 3 realms? When it comes to battle, in a situation where people are not united and a bunch of powerhouses are present, which one will they attack first? Of course it's the strongest. Then that's it." Fong Ping chuckled. "A list may not seem important, but in reality, it's quite important. At least in this era, many powerhouses don't understand each other. It's more chaotic. In our era, there are too many geniuses from too many eras. For example, Do the people of the God and Demon era know the strength of the Neo-Martial era powerhouses? Do we know the strength of those people in the Heaven Realm era? We don't know. That's why there's the action of Minister destroying the Emperor this time. If he knew that Minister was strong, would the great peace Heavenly Emperor dare to fight Minister alone? As Fong Ping said that he lamented, the person who made this list will not be weak. Or rather, the organization will not be too small. He has even gone around the Forbidden Sea. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Having said that, Fong Ping smiled. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the list yet. Take a look. Looking at the list, I might be able to determine who this guy is targeting. The fellows at the top of the Emperor ranking list might all be his targets. Once the Celestial Realm Wall is broken, we still don't know how Emperor Avenue will appear and how to get out. But when the time comes, there will be no lack of Emperor Wars. After he said that, Wu Chuan, who had already seen the list, said in a low voice, "You're right. This person indeed has a plan. I'm afraid you can't imagine who he has ranked first." There were only 3 lists in the 3 realms ranking list. Emperor ranking list, God ranking list, Honor ranking list. Emperor ranking list recorded powerhouses with Emperor level strength. God ranking list recorded paragons, true kings, and true gods. Honor ranking list, on the other hand, was the common list for everyone below the paragons. Fong Ping knocked on the coffee table and laughed. Number 1 on the Emperor ranking list. Let me guess. Heavenly King Suppression? Demon Emperor? Or Old Zhang? He felt that the probability of Old Zhang was not small. Someone might want to kill Old Zhang with excessive praise. Wrong. Wu Chuan denied his statement. With a wave of his hand, one of the walls in the living room automatically split open, revealing a big screen inside. Fong Ping chuckled. Governor General Zhang, Nanjiang is still making this thing here. It seems to be very high-tech. Zhang Dingnan chuckled. It's beautiful. Let's get down to business. Fong Ping did not say much. He quickly looked at the big screen. After a glance, Fong Ping's expression darkened. He snorted coldly. It better not be unquestionable sword. Emperor ranking list. Number 1, Gray Cat. Yes, Gray Cat. The number 1 on the Emperor ranking list was not anyone Fong Ping had imagined, but that cat. Gray Cat. Raised by heaven and earth. Unparalleled combat strength. Favored by heaven and earth. Indestructible despite thousands of disasters. Known divine weapons. God restraining staff. Divine peaking mirror. Sky bell. Sky trapping bell. Sky destroyer sword. God-slaying saber, knows the location of the Heavenly Realm's ruins. Suspected to have entered the Heavenly Cemetery. Heavenly Cemetery, the battlefield where the Heavenly Realm fell. Suspected to have the remains of sovereigns and ultimate path Heavenly Emperors. Gray Cat collected their divine weapons, hid their corpses, and escaped the Heavenly Realm. Possesses many divine weapons. Suspected to know the combat techniques of various sovereigns. There are ultimate path, Heavenly Emperor combat techniques left behind. Clearly known. Gray Cat knows the Heavenly Hound's sky-devouring technique. Knows the Demon Emperor unquestionable sword's sky-punishing technique. Knows the North Sea Emperor's Kwokang treasure book. Knows. There were too many introductions about Gray Cat. The Heavenly Hound battle tactics that the old cat had mentioned had a new name for itself. Unquestionable Sword's technique also had a formal introduction for the first time. A cat with countless divine weapons. A cat that knew the combat techniques of several supreme powerhouses. A cat that knew the location of the Heavenly Realm's ruins and the location of the Sovereign's remains. Such a cat was the number 1 Emperor level. Why not? Should such a cat be killed? Should they snatch it? What was a divine weapon? At the Emperor level, there were almost no weapons that could increase their strength. But divine weapons could. Powerful divine weapons were even useful to sovereigns. Each divine weapon had its own special effects. If it was a divine weapon that was mainly used for battle, such as the Sky Destroyer sword, it could even increase the combat strength of an Emperor-level powerhouse by more than 10%. What did this mean? If an Emperor-level powerhouse could only have a vitality outburst of 1 million calories, they could at least have a vitality outburst of 1 million calories with a divine weapon. This was a divine weapon. This was still the lowest. If one mastered the divine weapon, they could even have a stronger outburst. The key was not how much the increase was. It was that they could continue to use it. Perhaps they could use it until the Emperor realm. No one knew how divine weapons came about or who made them. It seemed that they had existed since ancient times. But now, how many powerhouses had divine weapons? In the 3 realms, the number of powerhouses who had divine weapons was known to the public would not exceed 5 people. As for Tsang Mao, a cat, it was known that he had more than 6 divine weapons. Tsang Mao. Fang Ping looked at the list. Fang Ping looked at the ranking list. It was a huge page full of introductions. His eyes were cold as he said, "You seem to know a lot about it. The Sky Destroyer sword is in Tsang Mao's hands. You even know that it's the unquestionable sword?" Not necessarily. Tsang Mao had taken away the Sky Destroyer sword previously. Perhaps no one had seen it, but it did not mean that they could not guess it. Where did the Demon Emperor get the Sky Destroyer sword from? It was fine if Tsang Mao did not come into being. If he did, then Sky Destroyer's sword might be taken away by Tsang Mao. Tsang Mao is ranked first, the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms. He's strong in divine weapons, strong in foreign objects, strong in his foundation. Fang Ping chuckled. Interesting. This is pushing Tsang Mao to the teeth of the storm. A cat that isn't that strong has a lot of divine weapons and knows a lot of secret places. If I had Emperor-level strength, would I have set my eyes on Tsang Mao? Wu Chuan glanced at him. He said lightly, "Of course. Even if you don't kill Tsang Mao and snatch his divine weapons, you would do something like this. Of course, others would snatch it. You're more likely to cheat and bluff." Cough, cough. In the field, many people coughed for a while. There was nothing wrong with what he said. The problem was that if he said it now, weren't he afraid that others would make things difficult for him? Old Wu must be out of his mind. Fang Ping was about to catch up to him. The gap between them was not that big now. They were almost the same. At this time, he still dared to say the truth. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He just needed to remember this. Fang Ping did not continue the conversation. He smiled. "I think so too. Actually, I am still considered a good person. Unless I'm an enemy, I'm rarely tempted no matter how good other people's things are. If I'm like that, what about the others? Those Emperor-level powerhouses are going crazy now. They're all facing the end of their lives. Why did they come out one by one? It's all to improve their strength and increase their future opportunities. There are divine weapons, some powerful Emperor-level combat techniques, and even the hiding place of the Emperor's corpse. How can they not be tempted? You can still laugh?" Wu Chuan nodded. "This is troublesome. Initially, after Minister Zhang killed Taiyan this time, the humans had calmed down. But now that Tsang Mao's matter has been exposed, we're in big trouble. I have no doubt that someone will target Tsang Mao next." As soon as he said this, everyone nodded. It was really troublesome. Fang Ping also sighed softly, sighing. "Money moves people's hearts. There's nothing we can do about this. But don't worry. I'll discuss with Minister Zhang on how to deal with it." Actually, he had already thought of something. Maybe Big Cat was going to suffer a little this time. Previously, old Zhang said that he would use the Heavenly Realm ruins as a lure. Would anyone believe it? Some people would, but some people might not dare to go even if they believed it. But now, a cat who really knew the location of the Heavenly Realm ruins. Now that he had nowhere to go, going to the Heavenly Realm ruins was a safe route. He still had many divine weapons with him. Fang Ping thought about it and shook his head indiscernibly. Tsang Mao was going to be a target this time. Speaking of which, Could this be old Zhang's doing? For a moment, Fang Ping was a little suspicious. Although the possibility was not high with old Zhang's personality at this juncture in the final stage of the plan, to ensure that the plan could be carried out smoothly, it might not be impossible. As for the forces, Fang Ping did not forget that old Zhang had a good relationship with a true king in the catacombs. He had also been to the Forbidden Sea in the past. Old Zhang, you didn't do this, did you? If it's you, it'll be hard to explain. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. At the same time, Fang family. Song Mao was also looking at the computer. After staring at the screen for a while, it muttered, "Ah, you only know that there are 6 divine weapons. You're so dumb." Fang Yuan stared at it with wide eyes. What did it mean? While looking at it, Fang Yuan looked at Jiao, who had collapsed the floorboards in the house with one foot. His round face was stiff. This dog was really too annoying. Smack! Song Mao swung its large tail at it, saying unhappily, "Puppy becomes smaller and lighter. If you break the floorboards, you'll have to spend money to repair them." Jiao was very innocent and very curious. Was this the land of rebirth? Outside the villa, a few MCMAU powerhouses were having a headache. Should they inform Fang Ping to come back and deal with this? Fang Ping's house was turning into a zoo. No one knew what was on Song Mao's mind. As soon as he came back, he slapped the gopher under the house and threw the phoenix spirit to the roof of the villa. In the small villa area, there were now 3 rank 9 demons and 1 peak-level demon. Fang Yuan was still inside. If Fang Ping had not said that Song Mao would be fine, they might not be able to bear the responsibility. Song Mao was not interested in the people outside. It smacked Jiao and said happily, "This person is so stupid. I have a fishing rod, skewers, a knife to kill fish, a bell to wear, a mirror to watch the show, a gong to call for help. Why didn't he know that I have a walk?" Fang Yuan continued to stare blankly. "I don't always use the little dark house. I have a big walk." Song Mao squinted, very pleased. "You don't know, do you? I don't use my walk very often. It can't be helped. I haven't caught a big fish in a long time. I can stew them without a big walk." Fang Yuan did not care about that. It asked curiously, "Big Cat, you're number 1 on the Emperor ranking. Are you the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms?" "I don't know." Song Mao was confused. "Am I number 1 in the 3 realms? Whatever. Who cares? Do you know a lot of combat techniques? Can you teach me?" Song Mao looked at Fang Yuan and rested its head on the coffee table. It thought for a while and said, "No way. I can't teach you their secret techniques. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to learn them." "But that's true. You're a cat-brushing cat in the cat palace. You don't use much strength when brushing." Song Mao thought for a while and said, "How about this? You'll become stronger after eating the beef. Then I'll give you a cat brush. You can become stronger then." "Cat brush? For brushing?" Fang Yuan was helpless and excited. Song Mao seemed to have many divine weapons. A brush for brushing. Was it a divine weapon? Fang Yuan did not dwell on it. She continued to look at the ranking and asked, "Big Cat, is Heavenly King Suppression strong? Is he ranked 2nd? Is he stronger than my brother?" Song Mao looked at her like she was an idiot and explained, "Little chubby face, you're stupid. Liars are only at the golden body stage. There are false gods, true gods, and titled true gods, which is emperor level. But what we've learned before is only rank 9. Minister Zhang and the others are rank 9 too. But now everyone says my brother can fight a rank 9. And Minister Zhang is on the emperor ranking now." Song Mao was depressed. It said, "How would I know? Anyway, the fake human emperor is very powerful. He can kill liars with a single finger. Then you're ranked 1st, the strongest powerhouse in the 3 realms. Can you make me stronger? I want to become an emperor-level powerhouse too." "You." Song Mao looked at her for a while and said gloomily, "No way. I need to eat a lot of big fish. I can't catch any now." After a while, Song Mao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Fighting isn't fun. Learn how to cook. I can't find anyone to grill or stew fish for me now. It might be useful if you learn how to cook. Fang Yuan said nothing. Dream on. She would never do it. If I learn how to cook, I'll cook well. I still have a cabbage from the imperial family that I haven't eaten yet. I can cook it when the time comes. Song Mao was a little regretful. He had hidden it for so many years. He could not bear to eat it. Unfortunately, no one knew how to cook it. The chef from before had died. Otherwise, he could have had a feast. What a pity. Feng Yuan's eyes darted around. A cabbage from the imperial family? She had to ask her brother if it was a treasure. If it was, she could learn it. She could trick it first. Song Mao looked at the leaderboard for a while and stopped looking. He muttered, "It seems like someone is still alive. Why isn't he on the leaderboard? Little chubby face, can I give this a bad review?" Hearing this, Fan Yuan exploded. "Don't use my account to give bad reviews. Big Cat, if you give bad reviews again, I won't let you use the computer anymore." This cat was too mean. Not only did she use her account to buy a lot of things online, she even gave bad reviews, saying that the delivery was too slow, that the delivery was not professional, and that she did not let the cat receive the goods when they were delivered. In any case, there were a lot of reasons, but none of them were good reviews. Fan Yuan had received a lot of calls, and the seller almost died of anger. Was it a sin to not let the cat receive the goods? Whose cat could receive the goods? Song Mao looked helpless. There was nothing left to live for. It was really slow. It was only a short distance away, and it took a few days to deliver the goods. Also, why didn't the cat receive the goods that I bought? That was infuriating. Shouldn't giving bad reviews be expected? Little Chubby Face was angry, but he could not be bothered. He said, "Little Chubby Face, do you know how to cook beef? Also, if I eat beef, I need a good drink. Get the scammer to send me a few hundred caddies of drinks. Don't we have some at home?" "That won't do." Song Mao said regretfully it has to be good. It's best if there are some fruits too. Cat fruits are delicious. It's a pity that the cat tree ran away. I need to save some beef now. I want to have a feast. I haven't had it in a long time. Whatever. My brother is back. I'll get him to buy you something good. Why don't I buy it for you? You don't have any. Song Mao shook his head. He wanted to drink the ambrosia produced by an emperor-level tree, but Little Chubby Face did not have any. It was a pity that he did not have an emperor-level tree. Otherwise, the emperor level would be even better. At home, a man and a cat chatted enthusiastically. River City, House of Governors. Fang Ping continued reading. Emperor ranking number 2, suppressing Heavenly King. Emperor ranking number 3, Demon Emperor. Emperor ranking number 4, King Qian. Emperor ranking number 5, Destiny Monarch. Emperor ranking number 6, Sky Plant King. Emperor ranking number 7, Martial King before injury. Emperor ranking number 8, Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor. Emperor ranking number 9, Boundless Sea Mountain Chieftain. Emperor ranking number 10, Li Zhu. It was a list that would shock everyone. The top 10 had exceeded everyone's expectations. Forget about the first place being Song Mao. Forget about the second and third place. The fourth place was actually King Qian. The 10th place had all the powerhouses dumbfounded. Li Zhu. 3 realms top 10. Li Zhu was actually on the list. Other than Song Mao, there was not much introduction for the others. Regarding Li Zhu's introduction, there was only one sentence. Initially, I did not want to put him on the list, but I was afraid that it would be unfair. After careful consideration, I decided that King Li should enter the 3 realms top 10 rankings. In the hall, it was deathly quiet. Li Zhu! Everyone was pondering the meaning of this ranking. This ranking was very different from the one old Zhang had given to Fang Ping previously. Sky Demon King, Myriad Demon King. These people were not qualified to enter the top 10. Among the catacombs, 4 majestic chambers, including Sky Plant King and Destiny Monarch. There were actually 4 of them in the ranking. This was also beyond everyone's expectations. What was more frightening was that on the Sky Plant Royal Court side, Li Zhu and King Qian had actually entered the ranking. King Qian, this was probably the most mysterious powerhouse. Even if it was Heavenly King suppressing and Devil Emperor, especially unquestionable sword, Fang Ping had also learned a lot of things from this trip to the Emperor's tomb. But King Qian, he really did not know anything. He was actually at the top of the list again, even higher than the ranking old Zhang had given. This ranking is something. Song Mao, King Qian, Li Zhu, these three entering the ranking, in my opinion, is very targeted. Someone is targeting them. No one knew exactly how strong Li Zhu was. Even Fang Ping only judged that he had taken two great paths. But today, he became the top 10 powerhouse of the three realms. If nothing went wrong, Sky Plant Royal Court might be in chaos this time. Previously, King Hua and the others were also guessing, but it was all based on the information given by Fang Ping and not really confirmed anything. But now, this guy who called himself Daoist Fengyan had made Li Zhu into the top 10 of the three realms. Li Zhu and King Qian would probably become the focus of the three realms. It's getting more and more interesting. Fang Ping watched for a while and chuckled. Seems like when the chaos comes, all kinds of ghosts and monsters will come out. I can't wait for the three realms to be completely in chaos. Li Zhu, King Qian, and Song Mao's ranking is the symbol of chaos. Chapter 924. Fang Ping scanned through the Emperor leaderboard's ranking. He did not recognize many of them, so he did not pay much attention to them. The ranking of the divine list was also very interesting. First, King of Fate seeing the ranking, Fang Ping suddenly felt like laughing. I just want to laugh. Life King is number 1. Everyone looked at the god list and looked at each other. This old man was arrogant in the circle of Emperor-class experts, but in the end he was ranked first on the god list. Ha ha ha! Fang Ping could not hold it in. He laughed out loud and said, I just want to know what the Life King is thinking when he sees this list. How do you look? It was definitely not a good thing to be overestimated. However, what would the Fate Emperor think now that he had failed to enter the monarch ranking? Fang Ping laughed for a while. Then, his expression suddenly turned serious. Life King has been plotting against the Second King. The Second King's ranking is so high. What kind of backup does Life King have? He's not an idiot. An idiot can't cultivate to this level. Old Manly, whose face was still deathly pale, thought for a while and said, Is it possible that the Life King did it on purpose? Not really. Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, If it were him and I were the Life King, I wouldn't make myself the first on the god list. Even if I made it to the last place on the Emperor list, it wouldn't be as eye-catching as it is now. The person who compiled the list might be on the list, but he deliberately weakened his existence. That's not necessarily true. Everyone knows that it's dark under the light. Maybe he's just doing the opposite. That makes sense. Fang Ping nodded slightly. The first on the god list was the Life King. Second on the divine list, Battle King. Third on the divine list, Thunder King, Xiao Weigua. On the list, another surprising name appeared. Thunder King. Fang Ping had seen this title before. When the Sino Nation's paragons were released previously, this person's ranking was not considered high. Previously, he was ranked below Li Zhen and the Su clan's old ancestor, the Xiao family's ancestor of suppressing Star City, an expert who had not returned to Star Town for more than 100 years, an expert who oversaw a region and almost never showed himself. Over the years, he had only participated in a great battle 90 years ago and had not participated in any battle since then. Third on the Thunder King divine list. Everyone was stunned once again. Fang Ping looked at Jiang Chao, who had already woken up, frowned, and said, The Thunder King is actually ranked third on the Three Universes deity ranking list, surpassing countless powerhouses. Do you know anything about it? At this moment, Jiang Chao's entire body was in pain. His fat face twitched in pain. When he heard that, he scratched his ears and cheeks. The Shao family's patriarch is ranked third, just one rank lower than our patriarch. His ancestor had killed many true monarchs. Previously, when the battle monarchs fought against the overlords, they were not at a disadvantage for a short period of time. But now the rankings were as such. After thinking about it, Jiang Chao shook his head and said, "I'm really not sure. We're not too familiar with the Shao clan, and the Shao clan has always been very low-key. However, I seem to have heard that back then, the Shao family's patriarch and the heaven-suppressing heavenly king didn't get along. Anyway, our relationship wasn't that great, so I didn't come back much. Third on the god list. The top 3 experts on the god list might even be able to fight against emperor-level experts." Feng Ping raised an eyebrow. Who exactly is Taoist Feng Yin? Old Zhang didn't even know about this. There was a high chance that Zhang Tao did not know that the Shao clan's patriarch had such strength. Otherwise, his name wouldn't have been missing from the previous leaderboards. Just as Feng Ping was looking at the divine list. Secret land. Zhang Tao's face was pale. He held the leaderboard in his hand and smiled. The Thunder King is actually second to the Battle Monarch. Senior Battle Monarch, what do you think? The Battle Monarch was not too surprised. He said lazily, "So be it. It's a little surprising, but it's still okay." Xiao Weigua probably didn't come from the boundary zone. He might still have memories. I remember that about 100 years ago, Xiao Weigua and Old Devil seemed to be arguing about something. Anyway, they almost fought. Wait, the Thunder King dared to fight the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King. How would I know? The Battle Monarch said nonchalantly. Besides, do you have to have similar strength to fight? Why did they fight? Nonsense, I already said I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they had a disagreement. The Battle Monarch said nonchalantly, then said, "Xiao Weigua, this guy. How do I put it? I don't think he's a bad guy. I remember when I was with Old Devilly. This guy even taught me some things. He's quite hot-tempered. Thunder King. When he's angry, he's like thunder. Zhang Tao, I think there's no need to be too suspicious of him." Old Devil didn't say anything. If there's a problem, Old Devil isn't someone to be trifled with. Zhang Tao thought for a while and asked, "Where is he from?" "He's not from the boundary zone. He probably isn't Grandmaster either." The Battle Monarch guessed. "I suspect he's from the same era as Old Devilly. They probably knew each other in the past. Back then, they were always at odds. Maybe they were from that era." Star Town has 13 families, 8 of the boundary zones. No one from Mount Wangu and Mount Quokang came out, but 6 powerhouses came from the boundary zones. There are also 7 powerhouses whose origins are unknown. If Garrison King and Thunder King are from the same era, what about the other 5? As soon as he said that, someone beside him said quietly, "You're asking us." Star Town had 13 families' patriarchs. Other than the Yang family's patriarch who died in battle, there were still 12 left. Many of them were here at the secret zone. Zhang Tao chuckled and said, "Of the 6 families' experts from the boundary zones, there are 5 left after Patriarch Yang's death. Senior Jiang, Senior Su, Senior Shin, Senior Chen, and Senior Wei are overseeing the boundary zones. I'm really curious. What about you, Senior Liu?" Other than these families, there were also the Zhou, Zhang, Jiang, Liu, and Meng families in Star Town. Where did these people come from? Zhang Tao's words caused the atmosphere to become somewhat stagnant. An unknown background and a clear background were 2 different things. Zhang Tao's naming of the 5 families was actually a form of recognition. He recognized the Battle Monarch's group of 5. Among these 5, there were seniors who created new martial arts and seniors who fought for humanity. However, although the others were also fighting, their origins were indeed a problem. He had never asked or mentioned such things before, but today he brought it up as a test. After a long while, an old man with snow-white hair said slowly, "Since Minister Zhang has asked, I'll say a few more words." I'm a Taoist from Mount Crepe Myrtle, almost the same era as Unquestionable Jen. Of course, Unquestionable Jen was the pride of that era, and I'm far inferior to him. The old man's surname was Zhang, and he was the patriarch of the Zhang family. The old man spoke for a while before saying, Mount Crepe Myrtle was crippled in the battle back then, and the sect master retreated to Mount Crepe Myrtle. Back then I had already attained Tao. When I first attained Tao, I was an elder of Mount Crepe Myrtle. In the end, after I retreated, Mount Crepe Myrtle was besieged by unknown experts again. The sect master was already heavily injured, and he was no match for the incoming enemies. In the end, he died completely. The few of us barely managed to activate the Sky Lock Dragon confinement array and struggled at death's door. Back then, there were not many people left, but we could still survive. Gradually, some people died of old age, while others were heavily injured and died. In the end, I was the only one left. Mount Crepe Myrtle, also known as Golden Court Mountain, was one of the 72 blessed lands. Zhang Tao smiled when he heard that. So you're from Mount Crepe Myrtle. In that case, why didn't you leave Mount Crepe Myrtle back then, Senior Zhang? I couldn't leave. The patriarch of the Zhang family sighed. I'm not too sure about the situation in other places, such as the current 8 domains. However, we couldn't leave Mount Crepe Myrtle back then. Someone sealed Mount Crepe Myrtle and deliberately prevented us from leaving. Mount Crepe Myrtle's array formation was broken, and I could only sleep or simply die of old age on Mount Crepe Myrtle. Up until a few hundred years ago, Mount Crepe Myrtle had already been swallowed by the Forbidden Sea. It seemed that the outer seal had been broken, but at that time I had also reached my limit and was about to die. At this time, Heavenly King Subduing came. He said that in the battle of the sovereign battlefield back then, all the experts had died. Now that the Earth domain is powerful, the remnants of the earthly sovereign will not let us, the defeated soldiers. If you want to live, then go with him and find a way to survive. At this point, the battle monarch scolded. Old thing, you really hit it well. I didn't hear you mention these past events. The patriarch of the Zhang family chuckled. What's there to say? In that battle back then, I was unwilling to accept my defeat and lost in vain. I can't be bothered to mention it. We were just pawns back then, and we were schemed against. As for you, Jiang Tianming, this old man really can't be bothered to fuss over some of the past. Back then, you divined for me and said that I would definitely reach the Arch Realm. You took 39th grade energy, fruits for me now. I can't be bothered to fuss over it. Otherwise, I would have made trouble for you long ago. The battle monarch snorted. Don't slander me. As soon as he said this, the patriarch of the Jiang family suddenly said calmly, No one is slandering you. You, Jiang Tianming, claim to have divined everything in the world and tricked us by saying that you were enlightened by the ash cat to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Your divinations were extremely accurate. Just before the battle of the sovereign battlefield, I came to you and asked about my future. You said that my future would be stable, and reaching the Arch realm would not be a problem. As soon as he said this, the patriarch of the Zhang family laughed. Did he also say that to you? The patriarch of the Jiang family said, coldly, of course not. He also said that although my future would not be difficult, there would be obstacles along the way. If I wanted to avoid disasters, I would have to give him a peerless divine weapon. The battle monarch's face darkened, and he said gloomily, Don't talk nonsense. Which family are you from? Before the patriarch of the Jiang family could speak, the patriarch of the Zhang family said with a smile, He's not from any family. If I remember correctly, old Jiang, you were a marquis in the last generation of the Zhou dynasty, right? The patriarch of the Jiang family nodded slightly and said, Yes, at the end of the Zhou dynasty, all the marquises fought endlessly, all wanting to become the human emperor. I was not interested in this matter. After the country was destroyed, I ignored the secular affairs and went to the Earth realm. I was also unlucky. As soon as I went to the Earth realm, there was endless war and the battle between the North and the South was chaotic. When I first entered the Earth realm, I happened to hear about Tianming's divination, so I went to Purple Cat Mountain to meet him. You know what happened next? As the two of them talked, the War King's face became darker. Nonsense, I never divined. How could I lie to others? The patriarch of the Jiang family continued. Back then, I thought that this person was an expert of Purple Cap Mountain. How could he live up to his reputation? So I gave him the Jiang country's national seal, which was also my only peerless divine weapon. Who would have thought that the war that swept through the three realms would break out in the blink of an eye? I almost died and escaped from the catacombs with the help of the subduing Heavenly King. The War King said gloomily again, "Even if what you said is true, isn't he still alive?" I knew it. Back then, you two old things looked at me strangely and often caused trouble for me. I thought you were jealous of me. So that's what happened. The two of them sneered. Soon, the patriarch of the Jiang family said with a smile, "The past is like smoke. We can't be bothered to calculate these things with you. Back then, before and after your elder brother, we thought about it again and decided to ignore you. You're not young, and I'm younger than you." You called elder brother affectionately. Zhang Tao looked at him strangely. This shameless old man. Godfather and elder brother. How shameless can you be? The War King's expression did not change as he said calmly, "My age has to start from 300 years ago. I won't admit that I'm so old. I'm still young. As for elder brother and godfather, those are all trivial matters. I don't know anything, do I? Did I call them that later?" The patriarch of the Jiang family and the patriarch of the Zheng family had disdainful expressions and did not say much. The two of them talked for a while. The patriarch of the Zhou family was not present, but the patriarchs of the Meng family and the Lu family were present. The patriarch of the Lu family saw that everyone was looking at him and said with a smile, "Don't look at me. I'm not as complicated as you. I was born at the end of the Song dynasty. At that time, the incident with unquestionable sword was already over. I don't know what happened back then. I was just a martial artist from a sect. My talent was not bad. That was probably the most difficult period of cultivation. I cultivated to rank 6 and couldn't improve. So I asked around, and then I met Heavenly King Subduing. I could be considered half his disciple. Heavenly King Subduing arranged a place for me to cultivate in seclusion. After cultivating for a few hundred years, I barely broke through to the Paragon. After that, I left the mountain to guard Mount Royal Slacky." The War King suddenly scolded. "I say, you just listen to whatever the old ghost says. When we were about to disband back then, you even put on an act and lied to me, saying that since we're here, we should take things as they come. Turns out you were cooperating with the old ghost." The patriarch of the Lu family did not mind. He smiled and said nothing. Finally, everyone looked at the patriarch of the Meng family. The patriarch of the Meng family saw them looking at him and said after a while, "I'm a resurrected martial artist." A resurrected martial artist in the Hall of Myriad Origins. The patriarch of the Meng family said softly, "Speaking of which, maybe I'm under unquestionable sword's command? Maybe. Back then, I found my life source in the Hall of Myriad Origins and cultivated like that. Then I reached the Paragon. There are some things that even I don't know." "What about the old ghost of the Zhou family?" the War King asked. He looked at the patriarch of the Jiang family and said, "You've lived for a long time, so you still have your memories. Do you know him?" Old Zhou, the patriarch of the Jiang family, thought for a while and said, "Ask him himself. If he doesn't say, we can't say." "What's there to say?" The War King said in a deep voice. To put it bluntly, today Zhang Brat is probing. If he cooperates, he's on our side. If he hides, he's not on our side. Old Li and old Xiao are old antiques. No matter what they're planning, we can't be bothered to care about them. What's the situation with the old ghost of the Zhou family? Everyone understood what he meant. Otherwise, they would not have mentioned it after so many years. The patriarch of the Zheng family thought for a while and said, Old Joe, his situation is a little complicated. Let's put it this way. He's the previous pope. Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. The patriarch of the Zhang family shook his head and said, "Don't overthink it. He has little to do with the current cult's pope. He has another name, Xin Yi. Didn't you guys catch Xin San before? He's probably in the same phase as that guy. Of course, he probably doesn't know that guy. These people don't know each other." Old Zhou betrayed the cult before the battle at the King battlefield started. He had just reached the pinnacle then and was the leader of the cult in the human world. He could be considered a pope. Later on, he betrayed the cult and was hunted for many years. More than 2,000 years ago, he was cornered and self-destructed his golden body, leaving behind his spiritual power. It has been sealed at Mount Imperial Sea. Later on, the heaven-subduing king found him and helped him restore his golden body. That's how old Zhou is now. Zhang Tao said in a deep voice, "Does he know about the cult?" "This, I'm not too sure. He's roughly the same as Shen San. He's just a pawn spokesperson. The pinnacle is just a spokesperson." The patriarch of the Zhang family shook his head and said, "Back then, there weren't as few pinnacle as there are now. In fact, there were even more than now. You don't know, before the battle at the King battlefield, there were really many pinnacle. A blessed grotto heaven can't be called a blessed grotto heaven without 7 to 8 pinnacle masters. How many blessed grotto heavens were there back then? There were really 108 large sects and countless small and medium sections. One can imagine that although the pinnacle masters were top combat power back then, they weren't decisive combat power. Therefore, old Joe doesn't know much. The problem of the cult is more complicated. There might be many emperor-level powerhouses secretly guiding them." Zhang Tao glanced at them and thought for a moment before saying, "Since you guys survived from that era, I would like to ask one more thing. Why didn't some of the cultivation techniques from back then be passed down?" The few of them looked at each other. The patriarch of the Zhang family shook his head and said, "It's not that they didn't pass it down. Let me put it this way. The cultivation techniques of that era are actually not suitable for you guys. During our era, things like life essence and energy ores were all supplementary cultivation resources. It was much more extravagant and wasteful than cultivating now. You've also obtained ancient martial arts cultivation techniques before. You know that some of the cultivation methods are to burn resources, and it's not just ordinary burning. However, Earth's resources are scarce. People like us can't keep snatching resources for others. After that, Heavenly King Garrison said that the cultivation techniques would not be passed down. The body honing method would be enough. The body honing method was the most basic cultivation technique back then. We even improved it later. It doesn't have high requirements for resources and energy. Moreover, the war between the North and the South left us with lingering fears. We thought that it would be best if the war between the North and the South did not happen again. Therefore, we didn't pass down cultivation techniques that were more biased. The cultivation techniques back then were all biased, Zhang Tao said in a low voice. What happened after that? After that, when we needed mentality cultivation techniques, the patriarch of the Zhang family said helplessly, "How many years has it been?" In the past few years, there weren't many high ranks. It wasn't very useful to have mentality cultivation techniques. Who knew, in the blink of an eye, you guys would have so many high ranks? To us, a few decades is nothing. We weren't even prepared when you guys got the cultivation techniques on your own. Actually, even if you didn't get it, your cultivation wasn't bad. After thinking about it, forget it. Let's not pass it down. It's the neo-martial arts era. It's good to restart everything. Just look at us and you'll know that there's actually something wrong with our cultivation. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. Back then, the powerhouses who cultivated to emperor level all had great encounters. It's very difficult to improve by cultivating normally. Zhang Tao nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement. However, after thinking about it, he still asked, "What's the situation with the Yang family? Why did you want to go to the domain of domains and die there?" The few of them looked at each other. It was still the patriarch of the Zhang family who replied. He hasn't made any progress in his cultivation for a long time. His memory from back then was erased. He's slightly different from Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming's memory seemed to have been erased by Gong Yuzi and the others on purpose. Old Yang and the others were too seriously injured, so they had no choice but to erase their memories. Therefore, they're injured. Their cultivation can't actually improve unless their injuries are healed. Old Yang himself knows this very well. It just so happens that the old guy in the void mausoleum grotto heaven has been cultivating something. I think it's something that can repair mentality. Anyway, it's quite attractive to us. It's fine if we don't stay there, but old Yang stays there and we're neighbors. In the end, he couldn't hold back and ran in, wanting to snatch the treasure. In the end, he probably angered Sect Master Tang, so he couldn't hold back and killed him. Zhang Tao frowned. Heavenly King, subduing, didn't do anything. The patriarch of the Zhang family shook his head. This matter is not easy to deal with. Old Yang is Sect Master Tang's disciple. Deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors is a great crime. It's the same in every era. Back then, Sect Master Tang paid a great price to save Old Yang. Now that he did this, it's not easy to deal with. That person from the Yang family doesn't know the inside story, right? Even if he doesn't, Sect Master Tang won't keep it a secret after going in. The patriarch sighed. He might not have known at first, but he would have known after going in. In the end, he still died. He didn't listen and stubbornly went his own way, so he was killed. He was courting death. He's Sect Master Tang's disciple, and all his martial arts were taught by him. Moreover, he was injured. How could he be a match for an emperor-level powerhouse? I heard that in the end, when he died, he knelt on the other side of the imperial path. Is that right? Zhang Tao nodded slightly. I took a look at it earlier. It's more or less the same. That's right. Sect Master Tang was probably angry. Even when he died, he was still forced to kneel. I'm afraid he was also hurt. As for Old Yang, I can't say anything. In the end, he was indeed a little obsessed. Didn't Fang Ping and the other brats go there? I heard that they went in. Sect Master Tang didn't do anything, which means that he's still normal and not crazy. This was considered a family matter. The sect was cleaning up, so Zhang Tao could not say anything. He sighed. I was thinking before that he had protected humanity for hundreds of years. This void mausoleum grotto heavens sect master killed Patriarch Yang without any explanation. No matter what, I had to find some trouble with him. Now it's really hard to say anything. The patriarch of the Zhang family laughed. You don't have to worry about this. Let Old Yang's matter be. The most important thing now is the Great Sealing Formation. You happen to be injured, so think about this more. Then Patriarch Yang's corpse. It probably can't be retrieved. Back then, Heavenly King Zhen sent the Yang family descendants to retrieve it because he wanted to see what Sect Master Tang was thinking. However, Yang Daohong died there. Sect Master Tang probably didn't plan to let his corpse come out of the mountain. Zhang Tao nodded slightly and smiled. One last question. What's the situation at Mount Wanggu? It's fine that no one came out of Mount Wanggu. But why has Heavenly King Jin been guarding there for hundreds of years? The patriarch of the Zhang family smiled bitterly. Don't ask. This matter is too complicated. Mount Wanggu, the first grotto heaven, the first sect, the first great emperor. In short, there are many firsts. This time he actually didn't enter the top 10 of the 3 realms leaderboard. It's not that he can't, it's that the people who ranked the leaderboard are afraid. Heavenly King Zhen guarded for hundreds of years and didn't dare to barge in. You should know what that means. The other party's temper isn't too good either. It's best not to provoke him. He hasn't come out for thousands of years. It's not that he can't come out, it's that he doesn't want to. This Taoist Feng Yin, or whatever, he's definitely someone from before the battle at the King battlefield. You know his temper. Just pretend that he doesn't exist in this world. If you cause trouble for him for no reason, he'll turn the entire 3 realms upside down to find you. He won't stop until you're dead. Do you think Taoist Feng Yin would dare to rank him? Also, if Zhao Xingwu was really arranged by you, it's best not to let him go to Mount Wangwu. He's been a successor for so many generations. Who knows if he'll acknowledge it or not? Heavenly King Jin doesn't care because he's harboring evil ideas. Just wait and see. When the time comes, whoever goes into the catacombs will die. If Life King Li Zhu and the others dare to go in, they'll all die. Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. He said quickly, I have to inform that Kid Fong Ping not to barge in. According to what you said, the other party is a little too strong. Of course. When Heavenly Dog was alive, he didn't stay too long when he passed by Mount Wangwu. He was afraid of getting into trouble. The patriarch of the Zhang family shook his head. Clearly, he knew something about the other party, but he was unwilling to say more. Zhang Tao smiled. He was glad that he had gotten the other party's ranking. Fortunately, he did not spread it. Otherwise, if people found out, would they find trouble with him? He was quite confident before. This time he fought 1 against 3 and almost lost. He was no longer so arrogant. Chapter 9:25. The Wind Cloud List. First, Qi Huanyu. Second, Zhao Xingwu. Third, Kong Lingyuan. 18th place, Li Chongsheng. 19th place, Wang Hanyu at 20th place. Chang Shanqi 31st, Wu Quishan 32nd place, Wu Chuan. 33rd place, Feng Ping. The living room was eerily quiet, stifling his laughter. Everyone was trying to hold back their laughter. Wu Chuan's face darkened. What was this? Rank 32, he admitted it. There were many powerhouses in the catacombs and grandmasters on the 3 realms ranking list. But why was Feng Ping ranked 33rd? Why was Li Chongsheng 18th? He was too ashamed to live. Wu Chuan felt wronged. Feng Ping was only 1 place lower than him. What did this mean? That bastard who ranked the list. Damn it. He felt aggrieved. Feng Ping rubbed his chin and said, I'm ranked 33rd. Not bad. In that case, the experts below the pinnacle of the various powers in the 3 realms are only average. There were so many forces, including the Forbidden Sea Demon Clan and Imperial Sea Mountain. In the end, he was still ranked 33rd, which was definitely not low. There were only 6 experts on Earth ranked ahead of him. In other words, there were only 6 rank 9s from Earth on the list. Excluding Zhao Xingwu, including Old Man Li, there were 5 from Sino Nation on the list and 1 from Pantheon. If that's the case, if there's another ranking list of rank 9 in the world, I'll be ranked 7th. Feng Ping was a little surprised. Am I that strong? It was no surprise that Old Man Li was ranked 18th. He had killed the nameless teenager. Feng Ping's gaze flickered abruptly. He looked around and frowned slightly. This fellow was definitely in the catacombs when the ranking was being made. Only a few people knew that teacher Li had killed that person from Nameless Mountain. Since they came out so quickly, it seems that the other party was also in the vicinity of the domain. Wu Chuan was not interested in this. He could not tell. When Li Chongsheng killed the youth from Nameless Mountain, it was not like no one came out alive. Ji Yao and the others all came out alive, and the news was leaked afterwards. Because of this, so many people at the scene were suspects. He was more concerned about his ranking. He said angrily, I'm ranked 32nd? Did you make a mistake? Everyone ignored him. Wu Chuan was about to go crazy from the blow. If he continued to agitate him, what if he really went crazy? Tianmu smiled and said, Be content. Look at me. I'm only ranked 197th. There are more than 100 names on the Wind Cloud list. There were a total of 500 names on it. It was not bad for Tianmu to enter the top 200. In Hua, there were not many people on the list. Fong Ping ranked 33rd. Actually, it was still somewhat overestimated. However, he had many tricks up his sleeves and a strong golden body. If he really followed this ranking, there was nothing wrong with it. If Tsang Mao could rank first, Fong Ping would have no problem ranking 33rd. Wu Chuan had a look of grief and indignation. How can I be the same as you? When I was in the top 10 of rank 9, there wasn't a single person present who could fight. In the end, it was getting worse and worse. Fong Ping chuckled. Those who are ranked in the top 100 have hopes of breaking through the impasse quickly. Brother Wu, you're all about the same. There's no need to be conflicted. Nonsense. Is this what I'm worried about? I'm just worried that you little bastard are about to surpass me. If he were to be surpassed, would there still be justice in this world? No, he had to reach the pinnacle as soon as possible. Fong Ping ignored him. After looking at the list, he stretched his back and smiled. Just rank however you want. It doesn't matter how many there are. However, this list is still quite useful. Previously, we actually didn't know much about the catacombs' powerhouses. It's the same for other forces. Now it seems that it's still all right. We're not considered too weak. Everyone was speechless. You're pretty happy, aren't you? Fong Ping's final ranking on the Three Realms Wind Cloud list was really not low. However, if he wanted to calculate his age, he did not list it. Otherwise, he would not be able to see it. Fong Ping chuckled and said, "The Emperor's tomb trip ends here. Everyone disperse." He was giving a direct order. Just as Wu Chuan was about to leave, he thought for a while and suddenly humphed. "Governor General Zhang, come. Let's talk about the southern catacombs defense. I'm the #1 big shot in the south. Just take care of your heavenly division, kid. In Nanjiang's House of Governors, I call the shots." Fong Ping chuckled. He did not mind. Old Wu had suffered quite a blow now. Now that he was being arrogant, he would just treat it as appeasing the old man. "Then I'll leave this place to you guys. Old Wang, let's go and divide the loot. As the guardian of the South, I don't think Senior will share things with us juniors, right?" "Yes." Wu Chuan said that through gritted teeth. "I don't want it. Isn't it just a few emperor corpses? Isn't it just combat Heavenly Palace? Isn't it just Jiyao and Hua Yu's storage rings? No. What's so great about it? When I reach the pinnacle, I won't even want it." Fong Ping huffed and laughed. Old Man Li glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. That was enough. He kept provoking old Wu. What if he went crazy? Wu Chuan was his eldest senior brother after all. House of Governors Side Hall. As soon as Fong Ping entered the door, he burst out laughing. Tian Mu found it funny. "How did he offend you? Must you provoke him?" "No, just giving Senior Wu some pressure." Fong Ping laughed. "You've seen it for yourself. If he doesn't reach the pinnacle soon, he'll really fall behind. Provoke him a little. Maybe he'll reach the pinnacle tomorrow." As he spoke, Fong Ping looked at Old Wang and asked, "Is everything all right in Combat Heavenly Palace?" "It's fine. Those Emperor corpses are still inside, but they can't come out. The Combat Heavenly Palace is a good thing. I feel that it is no less than a divine artifact. You should keep it." "No need." Wang Jinyang shook his head and said, "I don't need it. You can take it when you get back. I'll see if I can modify it into the Heaven Division's headquarters, a mobile headquarters." "I can't control it, right?" "Sure," Wang Jinyang explained. "It's just a matter of qi activity. You have also absorbed the power of the heart, so there's no problem. If you really can't do it, you can transform into my aura. That won't be a problem. Then I won't stand on ceremony. This thing's defense should be pretty good. Even Qi Huanyu and the others couldn't break it. If we hadn't come in first, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to come in." Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony. He was a little curious. Did Combat Heavenly Palace count as wealth? If he counted it, his wealth should be over 10 billion points now, right? The Battle Heavenly Palace was the residence of an extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor, But this thing had an owner. Lao Wang. Old Wang's gift to him was considered wealth points? If it's a gift, it should count too, right? Fang Ping waited for a while, but his wealth did not move. He cursed in his heart, but comforted himself. Perhaps the things had not been distributed yet, so there was no hurry. The 3 emperor corpses are complete, so they might be able to be stripped of Daos. The 3 are broken, and Old Wang has corroded a lot of them. This might not be the case. Let's ask them first. Fang Ping muttered, "This thing, who do you think should be given to? Can it be stripped?" Tian Mu asked, adding, "This is an emperor-level powerhouse. Even the minister might not be able to do it, right?" Fang Ping did not count on Old Zhang. Old Zhang might not have the means. After thinking about it, Fang Ping took out his phone. A real phone. This time, he did not make a call through his mind. That would consume a lot of wealth. It was not worth it. He dialed a number. Very soon, Fang Yuan picked up the call on the other side. Once the call was connected, she said, "Brother, you're out?" Big Cat said it has more than 6 divine weapons. Sob, sob, sob. Fang Yuan's voice suddenly disappeared, turning into whimpers. The next moment, Old Cat took the phone and played dumb. "I only have 6. Little chubby face is talking nonsense." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Brother Cat, is there a limited number of divine weapons in the world?" "There are." Old Cat answered straightforwardly. I think there are 36. I don't remember. That's about it. How many do you have?" I have 6. Hee hee." Fang Ping laughed hypocritically. This cat, did it mean that half of the divine weapons in the world were in its hands? He had given away quite a lot. There were still so many left. Did he take all of them away back then? All right. We're not after your divine weapons. Brother Cat, can I ask, can the Emperor Corpse's Dao be stripped? Yes, but it's very troublesome. That's good. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Old Cat suddenly felt that something was wrong. As if he had seen something, he exploded instantly. "I won't do it. I'm just a cat. I won't do it. It's so tiring." The liar wanted him to strip it, but he would not do it. Fang Ping looked dazed. Then he could not help but laugh. "Brother Cat, don't be like that. It's just stripping the Emperor Corpse's Dao. I'll give you cat food later." "No, I have money. 1 billion. That's a lot. I can buy a lot." "Liar, don't try to cheat me." On the other side of the phone, Old Cat was extremely shrewd. "I have money. 1 billion. Fang Ping said helplessly again, "Brother Cat, cats can't use money. You can't buy things even if you have money." "Liar, I can. I've bought a lot online." Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. This cat had even learned to shop online. Could it be online shopping on my platform? Forget it. He would talk about it when he got back. All right, then we'll talk about this later. I have a question. Who made the ranking list this time? I don't know. You didn't sense it. Old Cat said lazily, "The guy who made the ranking list, if he didn't plot against me, then he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Are you stupid? It wanted to plot against me, so it must know that I can sense it. That's why it definitely didn't think about it at that time. You knew that the other party was plotting against you? Liar. You're so stupid." Old Cat was extremely contemptuous. "Of course. How could I become the first in the 3 realms? Big Dog said it before, the first will die a horrible death. Whoever is first will die. I'm not stupid. In other words, you're a big idiot." Fang Ping was helpless. How could this cat be smart one moment and stupid the next? "You're scolding me again." Old Cat felt wronged. Fang Ping said sluggishly, "I was just thinking. I didn't plot against you. I guessed it." Fang Ping broke down completely. What was up with this cat? Its IQ had increased. "All right then, I'll look for you later. Also, this time you actually brought my sister to the Forbidden Sea. Old Cat, you have to talk to me about this. She's only rank for She'll turn into slag if she falls into the sea. Old Cat covered its ears with its paws, not wanting to listen. I'm here. How can I fall in? The liar and Chatterbox were here again. The phone was hung up very quickly. Old Cat hung up on its own. Fong Ping did not call again. After hanging up, Fong Ping laughed. The Emperor's corpse is no problem. Also, you guys can split Ji Yao and Hua Yu's storage rings. I don't want them. I want a portion of the flowers and plants in Old Wong's courtyard. I took a look. The energy is so rich, it's scary. Teacher Li and I have entered the 9th forging realm. I feel that normal holy fruits are useless. These flowers and plants might be able to help us quickly hone our 9th forging golden body. Just take it, Old Wong said, thinking for a while before saying, this time Iron had the rest and I want to go out and train alone. You don't have to go. If you go out now, it'll be troublesome. Also, if you go to the place we're going, we won't be of much use. All right, but you guys be careful. Fong Ping did not say much. They were all adults. Old Wong was not a child. He knew what to do. Be careful. Don't expose the divine weapons in your hands. Many people know about it now. If it's leaked, you guys will be in big trouble. Don't worry. After a while, Old Man Li suddenly said, Didn't you give old Zhang's antique art away? I checked just now. It doesn't seem to be in Ji Yao's ring. Didn't you check it before? Fong Ping laughed. I gave it to her. It's fine. She can't use it. I'll probably give it to the Life King. Life King better not learn it. Don't look at it. It's fake. No, really. Fong Ping laughed. How can a fake lie? The Life King isn't an idiot. But forget it, I won't say any more. Everyone was speechless. There were only a few of them here. How could they not trust him? Although everyone was curious, they did not ask any more. Fong Ping thought for a while, but he could not hold it in. He laughed. Life King better not learn it. There are 2 points. First, old Zhang is famous for spying on people. That thing has some of his mentality attached to it. If the Life King finds out, it'll be fine. If not, the next time you meet old Zhang will know even if you fart. Second, antique arts touch the other party's Dao. It's equivalent to a primer that can be used to explore other Dao. This is also a competition of willpower. If the Life King really explored old Zhang's Dao, I won't say how much energy he will have to expend. If he really went, it would be enough to make him suffer. Dao is not a dead thing. It can actually be sensed. When the time comes, old Zhang might be able to follow the breakthrough point of his willpower and directly enter his origin Dao. It's hard to say who will kill who. After he said so much, Tian Mu could not help but ask, Does the minister know? He knows. Fong Ping laughed again. I'm not crazy. Why would I gamble with his life? At least old Zhang can still support Neo-Martial now. If he dies, it's over. When he's not strong enough, we'll kick him away. Everyone rolled their eyes. He said it as if it was true. Then the Life King has to be careful. It's not easy to take the minister's things. Wang Jinyang laughed too. Then he said, Next, we might go directly to the Land of Kings. If you go, then we'll meet up. If you don't, then we'll think of a way to go in ourselves. When they came out, there was news from the World Martial Arts Association. On the 20th, a meeting would be held in Sino Nation to discuss the matter of the Land of Kings. Old Wong and the rest might not have been qualified before, but now Old Wong was not a problem. Iron Head was fine too. Yao Qingjun was a 4th refinement golden body, and his mentality was not weak either. If they wanted to go in, it would not be too much trouble. This time, they were going to train together. When the time came, they would go there directly. I know. I'll say it again. Be careful. Many people don't notice you guys now because you guys always move with me. I'm too outstanding, so I cover you guys up. When you guys move on your own, the probability of being noticed is not small, especially Old Wong. This time, Unquestionable Sword knows about you. When Wang Jinong heard that, he thought for a while and said, Speaking of which, I've seen Unquestionable Sword before, Having said that, he briefly recounted what happened earlier. Fong Ping frowned slightly. If that's the case, he's been to combat Heavenly Palace. Yes, it happened recently. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. It might not be recently. It might have happened yesterday. Many people went in at that time. Who knows if he's hiding among them? This guy is extremely powerful. Most people can't notice him. It's just changing his aura. It's very difficult for us. For him. It might not be difficult for him to change it for those who are weaker than him. It might even be his real aura. This guy might have changed his life origin. Changed his life origin? Fong Ping nodded. I can. Why can't he? Actually, I understand now why I can. It's a powerful force that forcibly carries out a kind of concealment and imitation. This force is very powerful, so I did it. When his strength is also powerful to this extent, then he can do it too. Monarch realm? It can't be, right? Everyone was shocked. Fong Ping laughed. Since he dares to say that he can fight Heavenly Emperor, of course, he might be bragging, he might not be bragging. But no matter what, he should be stronger than old Zhang. This is a fact. If that's the case, it's not a big problem for him to hide it from old Zhang. In the 3 realms, the only person he can't hide it from now is probably Heavenly King subduing. So, Heavenly King subduing most likely knows who Unquestionable Sword is. But if he doesn't say, no one can force him. Fong Ping guessed that Heavenly King subduing knew Unquestionable Sword's identity based on this. Unquestionable Sword was most likely not as powerful as Heavenly King subduing. Of course, this was also hard to say. In short, the probability of hiding it from Heavenly King subduing was not high. I understand now. Maybe this guy has always been by our side. That's right. Fong Ping laughed. But there's no need to worry too much. He has his own plans. He won't make a move. If he does, then he'll be exposed. We can't stop him anyway. Also, if we're in Magic City, he probably won't appear. If the cat is there, he most likely won't come into close contact with the cat. He's been with the cat for a long time. He can hide it from a distance, but if he's in close contact, the possibility of hiding it is not high either. If there's any confidential matters in the future, you can go to the cat to talk. Everyone nodded again. Since Fong Ping said so, they did not guess anymore. Old Manly thought for a while and said, Fong Ping, do you think the cat is cooperating with Unquestionable Sword? Probably not. Fong Ping chuckled. This cat, it's not that I'm looking down on it. It's a little mischievous, but it probably doesn't have the motivation to waste its energy to plot against someone. The origin space was actually the most direct manifestation of a human or a demon. No, it was the origin path. What was the cat's origin path? It was lazy. Too lazy to put the fish head into its mouth. Fong Ping had seen it before. If this was all fake, then the cat was terrifyingly powerful and black-bellied. You want a cat that's so lazy to cooperate with Unquestionable Sword for a few thousand years? You're thinking too much. Everyone burst out laughing again. The cat was indeed lazy. Everyone felt that there was not much hope for it to do this. Fong Ping said as he said, Then I'll return to Magic City first. The meeting on the 20th will be held in Magic City. This time, Heaven will be the host. I'll help you get the quota. Let's see how the other clans negotiate. If it's possible, there's hope for Grandmaster Kong and the rest to recover this time. I'll strive to let Grandmaster Kong recover and let the humans have another top-notch origin path. With him around, he should be able to fight with Qi Huanyu. At least we'll have a powerhouse that can match him. Currently, there were not many powerhouses that could match Qi Huanyu. Zhao Xingwu could not keep attacking. Even if many people knew that this old man was most likely a dark person, knowing was knowing. Everyone had tacitly agreed. It was easy to get into trouble if they attacked too often. Qi Huanyu was indeed very strong. Fong Ping was no match for him. He could only be beaten up. The others were about the same. If there were no accidents, if rank 8s and 9s were allowed to enter the battlefield in advance, he would probably go. Life King would not let a combat strength like him sit idle. If Kong Lingyuan did not recover, there was really no one on the human side who could stop that fellow. After bidding farewell to Old Wang and the rest, Fang Ping also obtained combat Heavenly Palace. This time, Fang Ping did not fly back. Instead, he took a car. In the car, Fang Ping glanced at his wealth points and frowned slightly. Wealth: 8 billion points vitality, 141,200 calories, 141,200 calories. Mentality: 9,499 hertz, 9,499 hertz. Destruction force: 70 yuan, 70 yuan. Storage space: 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield: 1 point/minute plus aura simulation. 10 points/minute plus. Origin detailed analysis: 10-100 million points/time after repairing the House of Gold. His wealth points had dropped to about 3 billion points. In other words, this time he had obtained 5 billion points of wealth points. It was worth 50 trillion. However, Fang Ping calculated for a while. Those flowers and plants were shockingly valuable. Together with other miscellaneous items, they might be worth that much. In other words, Combat Heavenly Palace really did not take into account wealth points. Combat Heavenly Palace actually does not take into account wealth points. Could it be? Fang Ping thought of two possibilities. First, Combat Heavenly Palace's materials might be ordinary. Fang Ping looked at them. In fact, most of them were ordinary materials. The key was that after Heavenly Emperor Zhan lived there were changes, so Combat Heavenly Palace was essentially worthless. Second, the system could not measure value. This was because Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor might have already had some conflicts with the system's ability. In that case, some of the abilities that the system gave Fang Ping might lie in this boundary. When Fang Ping's own strength reached Heavenly Emperor Zhan's level, there was a high chance that the system would be useless. Which one is it? Fang Ping did not know which one he should lean towards. Maybe the second one was better. This means the system is only at Heavenly Emperor Zhan's level. As long as I surpass this level, I can get rid of some things, including some conspiracies. Fang Ping knew very well that he still needed the system's help now. However, he would not always be like this. Sooner or later, he would need to get rid of all this. Extreme Dao Heavenly Emperor. Just how strong is he? What about the Emperor? The car drove slowly. Fang Ping looked out the window. Old Zhang's plan would be carried out after the King battleground was broken. Once it was successful, although he would not have to worry about those true kings anymore, he would need to bear everything after that. This is a lot of pressure. Fang Ping suddenly felt a little suffocated. Actually, he had always had a backer, someone to help him clean up the mess. From when he was weak until now, he had always had someone to rely on. Now, once these people, these backers, were gone, he would need to face everything alone. In the future, at least for a period of time, do I have to rely on myself? Fang Ping licked his lips, feeling a little stressed, but also a little expectant. Chapter 926. Magic City. When the car drove into Magic City, the sky was already dark. Magic City was still bustling under the night sky. Under the neon lights, the martial arts Holy Land signboard was dazzling. Today, Magic City could indeed be called a martial arts Holy Land. The most powerful martial arts university was in Magic City. One of the 4 divisions, the Heaven Division, was in Magic City. Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly laughed. Magic City is not a Holy Land yet. It's still missing something. What is it? Old Man Li answered. Emperor level. Fang Ping chuckled. Magic City lacks a powerhouse who can truly suppress everyone. Old Zhang has been guarding Capital City. I don't know what he's thinking. Capital City has 2 passageways. It's normal for him to be guarding that one. Old Manly laughed and asked, back to MCMAU or to the Heaven Division? Let's go back to MCMAU. I haven't been back for a long time. Actually, it was not that long, but Fong Ping felt that it had been a long time. Macmao. Returning to MCMAU once again, Fong Ping felt a little more warmth and friendliness. In the 3 years since his rebirth, he had spent most of his time in MCMAU. This place had become his second hometown in the truest sense of the word. It was here that he had cultivated from an aspiring martial artist until now. From a student who knew nothing, he had become the deputy minister of the Heaven Division. He had learned countless secrets and come into contact with countless legendary ancient figures. Everything was like a dream. At the school gate, Fong Ping looked at the school's huge signboard and said emotionally, "When I first came to MCMAU and looked at the school gate, my only thought was that it was big. Is it necessary for a school to have such a huge gate, more than 100 meters wide?" At this moment, someone behind him said with a smile, "Of course it's necessary. It's a different world inside and outside the gate. The world behind the gate is wider, more dangerous, and more interesting." The familiar words rang in Fong Ping's ears. The person behind him laughed again. "Now, do you think that what I said that day was very reasonable?" Fong Ping laughed. "It's quite reasonable. But what's interesting is that the person who spoke to me back then was a strong senior. Today it's a weak subordinate. There's no need to provoke me." Behind him, Qin Fengqing was the same as in the past. He carried his saber and said lazily, "The path of martial arts is long, like a boat sailing against the current. If you relax even a little, I will catch up to you. Then there's no hope for you in this life." "Yes." Qin Fengqing was still smiling brightly. "This time, I might enter the 8th stage and forge a golden body. I came back this time because I have something to discuss with you. Speak. Lend me 100,000 yuan of imperishable substance. You have a big heart." Fong Ping turned to look at him, smiling. "Do you know what 100,000 yuan of imperishable substance means? Where do you get the confidence that I will lend it to you?" 100,000 yuan. 1 billion wealth points. It was worth 10 trillion. Qin Fengqing licked his lips and grinned. 100,000 yuan of imperishable substance isn't a small amount, but an additional great emperor-level powerhouse isn't considered a lot. Me. You're so full of yourself. You haven't even reached rank 8, and now you're thinking of becoming a great emperor. You're even more confident than me." Qin Fengqing grinned. "That's true. I'm more confident than you. After forging a golden body, I'll have the capital. This time, I'm going out for a trip. When I come back, I'll be at least a rank 9. After some time, it won't be difficult for me to become a paragon or a great emperor. Where are you going?" "I'll go to Imperial Sea Mountain first. I'll kill 1 round and come back. Then I'll go to the Forbidden Sea." Fong Ping looked at him for a while, saying in a low voice, "There are no paragon demons in Imperial Sea Mountain, but top-notch rank. 9 demons are a dime a dozen, not to mention the Forbidden Sea. In the Forbidden Sea, even old Zhang and the rest have to be careful when they go there. I heard that there are many native monsters in the sea. They are incomparably powerful, and their minds are chaotic. It's okay." Qin Fengqing said carelessly, "I'm a tough guy. I won't die. I've finally found a place that suits me. Imperial Sea Mountain and the Forbidden Sea are the real treasures, unexplored treasures. I've gotten a lot of information from Su Bing and the rest. I know some information about treasures, including some emperor-level powerhouses dojos, even emperors' dojos." Bullsh * T. Fong Ping did not believe him at all. "If they know, will it be your turn?" "They don't dare to go. They're afraid of death, but I'm not." Fong Ping looked at him again. Qin Fengqing was still smiling brightly. Fong Ping thought for a while and asked, "Did Unquestionable Sword come into contact with you?" As soon as he said that, Old Man Li's expression changed slightly. Qin Fengqing chuckled. "How do I say this? I don't know Unquestionable Sword. Don't doubt me. I don't know him, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. However, I picked up a cultivation method in the Emperor's tomb. What cultivation method? Heaven-punishing art. Qin Fengqing chuckled. I didn't know it was his cultivation method before. It was only when the Emperor ranking came out that I found out that heaven-punishing art is unquestionable Sword's cultivation method. Where's the cultivation method? It's here. Qin Fengqing pointed at his head and laughed. I really can't pass it on this time. I can't even say it. Old Zhang probably can't take it out either. I'm thinking that I won't pass this thing on because this thing might not be suitable for you guys. Tell me about it. Kill. Qin Fengqing said it wantonly, laughing. There's only one word, kill. Heaven-punishing art might have been modified before, or should I say, it's different from back then. There's only one word in the entire thing, kill. It's not the kind of kill with restraint, but it's unrestrained, the kind that stimulates you to the point where you want to fight and kill all the time. This is actually not bad, but you guys shouldn't learn it. This thing feels like it was tailor-made for me. Fong Ping gave him a deep look, saying in a low voice, the kind of kill that wants to kill everything. You can say that. Fong Ping knew this feeling. When he absorbed the energy from Old Wang's heart previously, he felt a little like this. Fong Ping took a deep breath. Don't learn this thing. Unquestionable Sword's mentality might have changed. There might be a big problem with the later stage of the cultivation method. I know, but I'll take a gamble. Qin Fengqing's eyes shone brightly. I'm only rank 7. How hard is it to want to reach the peak? To want to become an emperor? Maybe I don't have any hope in this lifetime. But look at me now. If I'm not an emperor, can I still fight for supremacy in this era? Heaven-punishing art. Do you know what to rely on to become stronger? Vitality, murderous aura, demonic aura. With these, I can become stronger quickly, just like when I walked out of myriad Tao as one. Sooner or later, you'll become a weapon that only knows how to kill. I know. I knew it when I picked up the cultivation method. I'm not an idiot. Of course, I know what this cultivation method means. Qin Fengqing's gaze became brighter. But think about it. What do I have? I don't have anything. Unquestionable Sword actually picked me. What did he see in me? Is it my talent? Or am I very handsome? Neither. Qin Fengqing smiled brightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. What he saw in me is that I'm a gambler with good luck, a gambler who doesn't care about his life. I think about it. This is probably the only thing about me that's worth his attention. Then I can admit defeat. If I admit defeat, Unquestionable Sword, who's hiding in the dark, might think that this scheme of his was a waste. Does he care about a rank 7 martial artist? Forget about rank 7. Even a paragon is nothing. He's also gambling. He's betting that I can become an emperor or even stronger. Then I have to satisfy him. Fong Ping looked at him without saying a word. Qin Fengqing chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Don't worry. I like to take risks. If something goes wrong, it might not be bad for mankind. Even if I become a killing machine, don't worry. I promise I'll attack the catacombs first. Attack those ancient powerhouses. Maybe this is what Unquestionable Sword wants to see. That's even better. Qin Fengqing chuckled. Then I'll satisfy him. The premise is that I can reach this stage. If he really wants me to become stronger, he'll continue to invest in me. One cultivation method isn't enough. Maybe I can also pick up some top-notch treasures, borrowing chickens to lay eggs. In the end, whether it's me or him who loses, we'll talk about it later. Fong Ping did not say anything more. He pondered for a moment and said, "What's your goal? Tell me. You're bent on becoming stronger. What's your ultimate goal?" Goal! Images flashed across Qin Fengqing's mind. Very quickly, he recovered his smile and bared his teeth. I want to beat you up and make you lie on the ground and sing conquer. Fong Ping stared at him. Qin Fingqing's hair stood on end. He could not help but want to run. I'm just saying it. Why are you looking at me like that? It's a very noble goal. Fong Ping nodded. He said calmly. Then he chuckled. Then I'll wait for you. I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day. I'll say this again. If you really become a killing machine, I don't care. You can kill others as you please. But if you kill humans, you know the consequences. Qin Fengqing bared his teeth and said nothing. After a moment, he coughed dryly. That imperishable substance, I can lend it to you. I'm just afraid you can't pay it back. It's only a matter of time. Fong Ping said nothing more. A huge mass of golden, imperishable substance appeared in his hand. This was what he had given Hua Yu previously. Qin Fengqing grinned from ear to ear and snatched it away. Fong Ping thought for a moment. He took out a storage ring and tossed it to him. Do as you see fit. Watch and see. After saying that, Qin Fengqing laughed wantonly. He leaped into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After watching him leave, Old Man Li frowned slightly. Is he unquestionable sword? No. Fong Ping shook his head. He's Qin Fengqing. Perhaps unquestionable sword wants to nurture an unquestionable sword after going crazy. Can he become stronger quickly? Very likely. Fong Ping said as he walked. It depends on how crazy this guy is. If he's not crazy enough, then unquestionable sword will give up on him. If he's crazy enough, unquestionable sword will always support him. Qin Fengqing might not be the only one like this. Unquestionable sword might have been plotting all these years. Then this time, is unquestionable sword not hiding anymore? He's very unscrupulous. That's normal. At this point, maybe Qin Fengqing is the bait thrown out. After Fong Ping said that, Old Man Li sighed. That kid Fengqing, he says that, but deep down he's still sentimental. Fong Ping, the path of martial arts is chosen by oneself. I only hope that there won't be a day like that. If there really is, give him a quick death. Fong Ping chuckled. Instructor, do you look down on him that much? Maybe he can really walk his own path. When that time comes, I might really not be his match. Old Man Li was no longer sad. He regained his smile and said, Let's wait and see. Both of them did not talk about Qin Fengqing anymore. Qin Fengqing's aura had already disappeared from Magic City. No one knew if he could come back alive from this trip. However, if he came back alive, maybe he would see a different Qin Fengqing. After Qin Fengqing left, Old Wang and the rest also moved on their own. His teammates over the past few years all had their own ideas and thoughts. Following Fong Ping was good. Every time, they would reap great rewards. But time and time again, everyone actually felt that some things were deteriorating. Fong Ping's improvement was too fast, so fast that it made them suffocate. It was very difficult to keep up with his pace and follow Fong Ping. Beside him, Old Man Li was also thinking a lot. Right now, he could still move with Fong Ping and protect Fong Ping for a period of time. When he reaches the pinnacle, Old Man Li should leave too. Old Man Li glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of his eyes. These few years, Fong Ping had grown very fast, especially in this year. Not only did his strength grow, but there were also some other things. He no longer looked back at the teammates he had left behind. He did not stop to wait for them. In the end, whether Fong Ping would fight alone or as a team depended on whether these people today were qualified to do so before the big battle. Looking at the teachers and students on campus, Old Man Li exhaled softly. If they could not keep up with his pace, then just like these teachers and students, they could only look at his back and watch Fong Ping move forward alone. That night, Fong Ping walked around the campus for an entire round. He met a lot of acquaintances, but they talked very little. When Fong Ping entered his Grandmaster Tower, many people had complicated looks in their eyes. Lu Fengru, Tang Feng, these people's thoughts were fluctuating, all kinds of thoughts emerging in their minds. 3 realms, ranking list. Fang Ping was ranked 33rd. MCMAU's Vice-Chancellor, Deputy Minister of the Sky Division. Fang Ping walked further and further, faster and faster. Now that the young man who loved to show off had returned to MCMAU, he could no longer hear the shouts of congratulations for Fang Ping. There was no other reason. Fang Ping had gone too high. That night, many people did not cultivate. They were thinking about some problems and their future paths. On the other hand, Fang Ping slept soundly that night. February 16th. Although the weather was cold, the sun was bright and beautiful. Everything that happened last night seemed to have been forgotten. Fang Ping walked out of the Grandmaster Tower, his face full of smiles, a bright smile. The days still had to go on. All good things must come to an end. Some things did not need to be considered after a good night's sleep. Outside the Grandmaster Tower, Qin Yunqi arrived early. Seeing him go out, she said with a smile, "Minister Tian has already escorted Li Zhu to the Heavenly Department's prison." Li Zhu was very tactful and handed over his divine weapon and palace. "What should we do next?" "Just watch him well. See if Li Zhu wants the sun. If he does, then we'll talk. If he doesn't, then we'll kill him lest he gets in the way." Fang Ping smiled as he walked. "Rank 7? When did that happen?" "The day before yesterday when you left." "That's pretty fast." Chan Yunqi said with a hint of pride, "I'm a genius who almost thrice honed after all." "Rank 7 is nothing." "You're proud now." "Yes, pride makes people improve." Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He continued walking and said, "How are Su Bing and the rest?" "They're all back. Recently, all the Grandmasters are recruiting people. Su Bing and the rest seem to be busy with this too. Now, they're starting to prepare for the opening of the mountain gate." "How's the reaction from all walks of life?" Chan Yunqi thought for a while before saying, "It's still considered calm, but they're also very enthusiastic. After all, it's a mythical figure recruiting people. Many people are still very shocked and excited. There were also some comments on the internet previously, no lack of flattery and mythical people." Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "We can't overly mythologize these people. There's not much movement from the government. I don't know what old Zhang is thinking. Could it be that he's too embarrassed to boast about himself? Get someone to control it and build momentum for old Zhang. We can mythologize some people, but not these people. It's old Zhang and the rest. Mark out their battle achievements and merits. Mythologize them, including the pinnacle of Star City, the merits of protecting mankind for 300 years. Mention it all." Qin Yunqi snickered. "What about you?" Fang Ping chuckled. "The 4 departments and 4 prefectures are all the backbone of mankind. It's not a good thing to be too low-key. Just mention it a little, no need to praise me too much." "Uft!" Qin Yunqi could not help but laugh. She nodded quickly and said, "All right, I understand. Oh, right, for the World Martial Arts Conference in a few days, people from the 6 Holy Lands will be coming. Until now, they haven't confirmed the venue. They're waiting for you to come back and arrange it. Just arrange for it to be at the Sky Department's headquarters. Do we need to inform Minister Zhang and the rest to arrange for Pinnacle to come and hold the fort?" "Just inform Minister Qin to come. It's in the Sky Department's territory after all. If Minister Qin doesn't show up, it's hard to say." "I thought you'd forgotten about Minister Qin." Qin Yunqi laughed again. Was there still a Minister Qin in the Sky Department? After laughing for a while, Chen Yunqi continued to report, "Cat brought Feng Ling and Gopher to your house. Now, Vice-Chancellor Gua and the rest are watching. Do you want to ask Uncle and Auntie to evacuate there?" "Not for now. I'll go back and take a look now." Both of them talked as they walked. When they reached the school gate, Fang Ping wanted to go home, while Chen Yunqi wanted to go back to the Sky Department. Before they parted, Chen Yunqi was silent for a while. Suddenly, she said, "Fang Ping, after the martial arts conference ends, I want to travel the catacombs." "You're leaving too?" Fong Ping looked at her, frowning slightly. Chun Yunchi smiled. When martial artists reach rank 7, it's customary for them to go to some dangerous places in the catacombs to train. At this point, if you want to improve, opportunities, treasures, and experiences are indispensable. You guys might want to go to the Martial King battleground. I probably won't be able to go. It's not a bad idea to go somewhere else. Fong Ping was silent for a while. He nodded. I understand. We'll talk after the conference ends. Okay. As if she felt the atmosphere was a little depressing, Chen Yunchi giggled. Let me tell you a piece of good news. My grandfather has reached Golden Body, 5th refinement. Grandfather said that when he has reached Golden Body 6th refinement, he'll strive for rank 9. He wants to achieve rank 9 earlier than you. The old master is starting to compete. Fong Ping chuckled. Then let's compete to see who's the first to reach rank 9. I'll go back and take a look first. You should try to consolidate your realm these few days. You don't have to do everything by yourself. Okay. Chun Yunchi did not linger either. She left quickly. Fong Ping stared at her back for a while. Only when Chun Yunchi had completely disappeared from his sight did he walk toward his house. Fong family. The lawn was now covered with a thick blanket. The cat was lying on the blanket, basking in the sun. As if it had sensed something, the cat glanced outside the courtyard lazily. It said lazily, I only take the benefits and don't work. I'm just a cat. Fong Ping, who had just taken a step in, stopped in his tracks. This cat is so direct. I've just entered the door, and it's already giving me a heads up. Brother Cat! The cat propped its head on the blanket, its tail covering its head. Annoyed, it did not want to listen. Fong Ping laughed. He walked to the blanket and sat down. He smiled. Where's Fong Yuan? The cat wagged its tail. It was too lazy to reply. You're a Golden Body, 9th refinement martial artist. How could you not sense it? You're asking the obvious. I'll have to trouble Brother Cat to help me extract the das of a few emperor corpses. If Brother Cat has any needs, just tell me. Fong Ping will try his best to fulfill them. The bejeweled nectar of an emperor rank tree. I want to eat an emperor rank fish head, and some emperor rank meat skewers. Fong Ping's expression darkened. This cat must be crazy. The cat was secretly delighted. It must be scared. Fong Ping was too lazy to say more. He said sternly, Brother Cat, you're in big trouble. You're first on the emperor list this time. Powerhouses from the 3 realms will have their eyes on you. Although everyone hasn't shown anything yet, it'll happen sooner or later. Brother Cat was not stupid. It knew what this meant. Nowadays, there aren't many people who are willing to stand up for Brother Cat. Although a few emperor rank powerhouses have stood up for Brother Cat previously, these people might not be able to protect Brother Cat. Stripping away the emperor rank powerhouses Daos, once humans have a few more emperor ranks. It's also for the sake of Brother Cat's safety. The cat said aggrievedly, but I'm not the one who ranked first on the emperor list. Look for the person who ranked first. It's useless to say that to me. The cat felt even more aggrieved. After a while it said hesitantly, then just this once. It's so troublesome. Liar, you're so troublesome. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to go back to Quichang Mountain to sleep. Fong Ping sighed, rubbing its head, coaxing it like he was coaxing a child. I could sleep in the past, but I can't sleep now. Work harder now. After we're done fighting, you can bask in the sun and sleep every day. When that time comes, I'll plant a bunch of fish demons for you. When you're hungry, they'll automatically send them to your mouth for you to eat. How carefree would that be? The cat could not lift its spirits. It was in slight disbelief. Fong Ping continued to brainwash and paint a picture. As it listened, the cat wavered slightly. After a while, Fong Ping laughed again. Brother Cat, my divine weapon broke previously. Don't you have a god-slaying saber? It's just lying around. I'll keep it for you first. Meow. The cat was in pain. He knew it. Someone was trying to cheat the cat again. If it was someone else, they would at least say borrow. This liar wanted to keep it for him. Do you really think I'm a stupid cat? On the other side, the ignored Jiao's eyes flickered. Can Chef cheat the stupid cat? If he can, I'll cheat too. Let's see if I can cheat a divine weapon. Fong Ping laughed like a wolf grandmother, rubbing the cat's big head. A rank 9 divine weapon would not do. He often broke divine weapons now. Divine weapons were still better. The cat's divine weapon was not left there. Was it not a waste? The sky-crushing sword. It would be best if he could cheat it. Old Man Li could use it. Old Wang seemed to be able to use it too. Fong Ping had heard from the fallen venerable emperor that the sky-crushing sword and war god Bao seemed to be a set. However, Old Wang had no use for it now. He was not strong enough to control 2 divine weapons now. At this moment, the cat had nothing to live for. In the origin space, a shadow grabbed the cat's neck and snatched away its divine weapons one by one. Bells, swords, sabers, they were all snatched. This was too much. In the end, the shadow even snatched the cat and took it away. Meow. Smack. The cat's fur bristled. With a swing of its tail, it sent someone flying thousands of meters away. He even wanted to snatch the cat. Chapter 927. In Combat, Heavenly Palace. The cat pressed a few emperor corpses with its paws and stared at them for a while. They seemed familiar, but they were all dead. The cat was too lazy to remember. Beside him, Fong Ping covered his cheek. This stupid cat was extraordinarily strong. His neck and face were swollen. Even a 9th grade golden body could not withstand it. Smack! The cat's tail seemed to swing unintentionally and hit Fong Ping's head again. He deserved to be beaten for scolding the cat. Fong Yuan, who came in with him, saw that her big brother was beaten again and felt some sympathy. This cat was very bad. Fong Ping was helpless. He was not as strong as the cat. Sooner or later, forget it. He did not want to think about it. The cat seemed to be looking for an opportunity to beat him up. After waiting for a while, there was no response. A flash of regret flashed across the cat's face. He could not beat the liar anymore. Only these 3 can be stripped. The others can't. 6 emperor corpses. The other 3 were broken and could be considered useless. Fong Ping had expected this. At this moment, he was still surprised. The Tao of the 3 corpses are still there. Yes, the cat said. It was not in a hurry to strip the emperor corpse's Tao. It glanced at Combat Heavenly Palace and muttered. Fong Ping did not hear it clearly. He hurriedly said, "What?" "Nothing." Fong Ping looked at it suspiciously. "Don't think that I didn't hear what you said." The cat looked guilty. After a while it muttered, "It's nothing. I didn't kill Jean. I seem to have remembered something, but I forgot." Fong Ping looked at it. After a while he said, "Tengu besieged Tai Tu's past life and delayed the rescue. Were you the one who ordered it?" "No way." The cat denied it. It denied it and said dejectedly, "I don't remember. Big Dog used to call people to fight. I don't fight." Fong Ping saw its disappointment and laughed. "It's all in the past. It's fine if you don't remember. By the way, was Jean Tiendi killed by a few emperors?" "I don't know." The cat took out a fishing rod and knocked on a few emperor corpses. It said casually, "I fell asleep at that time. I really fell asleep. When I woke up, the heavenly realm was gone. Big Dog wasn't there either. It was just me. Meow, so many dead people. I ran away." Fong Ping frowned slightly when he heard that. "You're the only one who survived in the entire heavenly realm?" The cat tilted its head and thought about it. It shook its big head and said, "I don't know. I didn't see anyone. Anyway, I didn't see anyone." "Who died? Is the body there?" The old cat did not utter a word. Fong Ping chuckled. "It's been so many years. Let's talk about it. Don't you feel bad holding it in?" The cat remained silent. Then let me ask one more question. I'm a little curious. Does Brother Cat have a master? The cat looked at him disdainfully and said, You are the one who has a master. This cat has no master. This cat. I'm a beggar. Fong Ping was stunned. The cat said proudly, Are you stupid? If one person raises you, you can only eat from one family. If no one raises you, you can eat from many families. This cat has eaten all over the heavenly realm, going to every house to eat. After eating, I will run away. Only when I am in a good mood will I pet you. Cough, cough, cough. Fong Ping almost choked to death. This cat relies on acting cute to make a living? After eating from others, he would let others pet him. Was this what it meant? Why did such a shameless thing come out of the cat's mouth as if it was a matter of course? At the side, Fong Yuan also felt that her worldview had been refreshed. Was this how this cat became the #1 emperor ranked? That was too easy. The cat wagged its tail, quite happy. It continued to hit the emperor's corpse for a while. Soon, 3 crystal doors materialized in the air. The emperor's corpse disintegrated instantly at this time. It was a little different from King Pine last time. King Pine's corpse did not disintegrate. Fong Ping glanced at it. The cat explained they are dead. They have been dead for a long time. That's why they are gone. Uh-huh. Fong Ping nodded and took the 3 crystal doors. His eyes were slightly excited. Emperor's Path. The ancient emperor's path was 10,000 meters long. In that case, if these 3 paths were to be walked, one could walk 10,000 meters. The cat was not in the mood to care about this. It glanced at the house where unquestionable Jen was staying not far away. It lay on the ground and looked at the house, looking a little sad. Meow. With a soft cry, the cat turned its head to look at Heavenly Battle Emperor's bedroom. Fong Ping and the others did not enter this bedroom. They did not have the time. Fong Ping saw it looking over there and remembered that he seemed to have seen a figure before. He said hurriedly, Brother Cat, we saw a figure here before. Was it left behind by Heavenly Battle Emperor? Yes, I think so. The cat was not sure either. It said casually but did not go in. It lay outside and said dejectedly, I remember little. The 4 Heavenly Emperors' battle, annihilation, tyrant, and battle seemed to be all dead. For Heavenly Emperors? Fong Ping said in surprise, There are 4 Extreme Path Heavenly Emperors. I think so. The cat gave an uncertain answer again. Extreme Path. There are 4 Extreme Path Heavenly Emperors in terms of physique, spiritual consciousness, vitality, and energy. Fong Ping frowned. 4? Old Yao, Old Wang, Iron Head. If that was the case, there was still 1 Extreme Path Heavenly Emperor who had not reincarnated? Energy. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, Energy is the power used by the catacombs martial artists. Can one walk out of the extreme path with this? The cat looked at him like he was an idiot again. Of course. Energy power. At that time, they called it immortal power. I think someone said that this kind of power is better and can go further. Vitality is based on one's body. It can only be born by oneself, but energy is from heaven and earth. So heaven and earth energy is infinite. Vitality is limited. At that time, Battle seemed to have walked on the energy extreme path. I don't remember it very clearly. Then Heavenly Emperor Reverse has also reincarnated? How would I know? In the catacombs? I already said I don't know. The cat was about to cry. It was so annoying. The liar only knew how to ask every day. This cat had to think about it again. Thinking about it gave me a headache. Fong Ping did not ask any more, but his heart was on guard. For Extreme Path Heavenly Emperors, Fong Ping asked again. The Extreme Path Heavenly Emperor has reincarnated. What about the Emperor? Brother Cat, you know the Emperor. Have you sensed the Emperor's origin? No. Forget it then. Fong Ping saw that the cat seemed to be really annoyed. This time he restrained himself and looked at Heavenly Emperor Battle's bedroom. After thinking for a while, he said, Let's go in and take a look. After a while, Fong Ping entered Heavenly Emperor Battle's bedroom. The bedroom was not much different from the outside. It was very simple. The layout was similar to Unquestionable Jen's. In other words, Unquestionable Jen had built the house based on Heavenly Emperor Battle's bedroom. The study, the cultivation room, the bedroom. In the bedroom, there was a wooden bed. It seemed to be made of ordinary wood, but it had not decayed for 10,000 years. The cultivation room was empty. There was nothing to see. Finally, Fong Ping went to the study. In the study, there was a bookshelf, but there were only a few books. He did not know if they had decayed or if Unquestionable Jen had taken them away. Fong Ping strolled over and glanced at it. There were 3 books in total. There were no crystal books. They were just ordinary books, not made of paper. Fong Ping picked one up and touched it. It did not seem to be made of animal skin. He did not know what it was made of. There were no words on the cover of the 3 books. Fong Ping opened one and glanced at it. Once again, he entered the state of illiteracy. This time, he was really illiterate. This was different from the seal, script used in the boundary zone. Last time, Unquestionable Jen had translated random notes. However, there was an antique here. Fong Ping picked up the book and looked at the old cat. The old cat also poked its big head over, saying as if it was true, "Heavenly Battle Art, Heavenly Emperor Battle's ultimate art. Liar, you've earned big." Fong Ping was stunned. Was it true? Don't tease me. The ultimate art of Heavenly Emperor Extreme Path was just displayed here. Moreover, Unquestionable Jen was not taken away. Fong Ping looked at the old cat, and the old cat looked at him. A man and a cat looked at each other for about 5 seconds. Suddenly, the old cat collapsed, saying shyly, "I might have remembered wrongly that this cat seems illiterate." The cat stuttered. "Whose cat is this? Can it read?" Was there something wrong with it? There was nothing wrong with it. Fong Ping was in a daze for a while, muttering, "Don't you know how to shop online?" "Yes, I know how to eat." Fong Ping was speechless again. "Meow. Don't look at this cat. Big Dog can't read either. Otherwise, Jean, you wouldn't have caught Big Dog to read. Fortunately, this cat was smart and didn't come here. Otherwise, I would have been caught to read too." The old cat was a little relieved. A cat that did not have to read was really blessed. Since it was a cat, it should do what cats should do. Cats that could read were all stupid cats. This cat would not learn. Fong Ping was mentally exhausted. Fong Yuan blushed on behalf of the old cat. He grabbed its tail and sighed. The old cat felt wronged again. What was wrong? So what if it could not read? Just 3 books. Unquestionable Jen doesn't seem to have anything. Didn't they say that Unquestionable Jen went to the heavenly realm? Why didn't he leave any treasures behind? Fong Ping sighed. Although Combat Heavenly Palace was good, there were not many things inside. There was only a courtyard, some flowers, and a few books. Obviously, the dirty places from before were all that was left. Unquestionable Jen did not plan to leave any treasures behind. Those flowers and plants were probably left behind because Unquestionable Jen did not care about them. Fong Ping did not stay in the bedroom for long. He left the bedroom and suddenly soared into the sky. He flew about 30 meters high and sensed the existence of a thin membrane. Fong Ping threw a punch, and the thin membrane trembled slightly. A layer of transparent thin membrane appeared, like a boundary wall, covering the entire Combat Heavenly Palace. Fong Ping frowned slightly. "It's consuming my mentality. There's no source of energy." As he spoke, below, the old cat lay down again. This fellow seemed to be getting lazier and lazier recently. It also seemed to have gotten fatter. It said lazily, "I can use energy ores to replenish my energy. There's no battle's heart here, so I can only use this. With energy ores, I can keep this layer of defense shield activated?" "Yes, but the battle's heart is very strong, so it can defend against very strong people. If I use energy ores, I can only defend against fake gods." Fong Ping laughed. It's not bad. The key to this thing is that it's easy to carry around. Just stuff it into the Sanjiao gate. All right, if it's loaded with people, can I stuff them into the Sanjiao gate? Of course not. The old cat was already dumbfounded by his stupid question. It said weakly, but demon trees can. Demon trees aren't considered living things. Demon trees don't count? What about monsters? Of course they count. The old cat said weakly again, in our era, there were no tree powerhouses because trees can't reach the Emperor realm. I remember there was Emperor realm that seemed to be a monster. I think so. It's been so many years I can't remember. If they can't reach the Emperor realm, that means that demon trees aren't considered living things. Fong Ping was stunned. He asked suddenly, then what are those demon plant powerhouses fighting for now? Demon plants can't reach the Emperor realm. So what are these demon plants fighting for now? After all, the demon plant demon clan was the main force of the war between demons and humans. Monsters, on the other hand, were not that concerned. The old cat shook its head. I don't know. I'm asleep. Maybe the seed of rebirth can. Maybe. I don't seem to remember this. Fong Ping connected the dots in his mind instantly. Demon plants could not reach the Emperor realm. In other words, the path of demon plants was limited. However, someone told them that demon plants could also have life. They could become real life. They could also walk out of the Emperor realm. How? The seed of rebirth. Demon plants did not have emotions. They did not have gender. They were actually very dull and old-fashioned. Demon swordsmen and these demon plants were loyal to unquestionable Jian, but it did not mean that they had emotions. Everyone was shocked by what happened between Rose Flower and Rose City Lord. It was because demon plants did not have emotions that everyone was shocked. So, the demon plant clan has been fighting on the front lines all these years. Maybe it's to let the demon plant clan become a clan with real life? They are actually not considered complete lives? Fong Ping's heart was in turmoil. Was that so? After thinking for a while, Fong Ping took a deep breath. He took a look at the situation inside Combat Heavenly Palace and said, "Let's go." He did not take anything. He only took the 3 books from Combat Heavenly Emperor's bedroom. He wondered if he could find someone to translate them. There should be people who could understand the words of the Heavenly Realm, right? Just as Fong Ping left Combat Heavenly Palace, Sky Plant City, Imperial Court, Basilica. At this moment, some people with powerful auras were sitting in the basilica. The atmosphere in the basilica was tense and quiet. The Maple Emperor, who did not even go to the monarch tomb this time, showed up at this moment. He glanced at Li Zhu, who was sitting calmly, and calmly said, "Li Zhu, ranked 10th on the monarch ranking. Should I address him as martial monarch?" Li Zhu did not speak. Below, King Hua was not as hostile as Maple King. He chuckled and said, "King Li, this is really unexpected. I did not expect this." Then he looked at the right divine general beside him, who had not said a word, and said with a smile, "Ancient King, I really didn't expect that among the 3 divine generals of Li Huagu in the past, there would be a venerable sovereign and a real king. Congratulations." As soon as he said this, some of the true kings in the basilica had a strange look in their eyes. Among the 3 Li Huagu divine generals, it was understandable if there was a true king, but there was an emperor. What was the situation 10 years ago? If Li Zhu was only a true king, it was understandable since he had recovered from his injuries and achieved a breakthrough. However, the 10th on the emperor ranking surpassed many powerhouses. He was even stronger than the Myriad Goblin King and the Sky Goblin King. It was not normal. Was it just a part of Li Zhu's plan? If so, the left divine general had died for nothing. As for the right divine general who had been injured for many years and protected Li Zhu, he had become a joke. At this moment, Li Zhu spoke. His voice was calm as usual. He coughed and said slowly, "Emperor ranking? Someone is just trying to stir up trouble. Can't you tell if Li Zhu has the strength of a martial monarch?" The Maple Emperor said calmly, I don't have the strength to see through a martial monarch. Maple Emperor, you must be joking. Even though the Maple Emperor was slightly intimidated, he still said in a cold tone, Li Zhu, there's no point in putting on an act now. I'm here to ask, what's the decision regarding the matter between the two kings? Li Zhu said, smilingly, the true Emperor Hall will make the decision. True Emperor Hall? The Maple Emperor's gaze turned cold. King Qian has been missing for many years, and he's ranked fourth on the monarch ranking. Where did he go? What are you planning? If you and King Qian are so strong, why haven't you done anything all these years? Maple Emperor, you must be joking. Over 10 years ago, I did make a move. Unfortunately, I was no match against the Underworld Emperor and lost my origin, Li Zhu said smilingly. As for King Qian, I have no idea about it. I have no right to interfere with the true Emperor Hall's decision. How would I know about it? Li Zhu denied it. The crowd fell silent once again. What could they do if he denied it? Was the monarch ranking accurate? If it was accurate, then this person was terrifyingly strong, and no one dared to test him. If it wasn't accurate, then there was no need to come here. Seeing the silence, King Hua said smilingly, King Li, I'm here to ask for your opinion. The Heaven Plants royal court used to be the strongest faction in the God Continent, but now something unexpected has happened. The Heaven Fate royal court still has a Fate monarch, and the Land of Rebirth has King Wu and Heavenly King Zhen, two monarch realm experts. Heavenly King Zhen is ranked second on the monarch ranking. The sky beyond heaven, the Forbidden Ocean, and the World Zone all have monarch realm experts. On the other hand, the Heaven Plants royal court has no one to suppress them. Now, everyone in the royal court is panicking, and King Qian hasn't shown himself for a long time. On the monarch ranking, only King Li is ranked first. King Li, I have no choice. King Hua said with a sigh. The Heaven Plants royal court had always claimed to be the strongest faction. The only faction that could be on par with them was the 10,000 demon royal court. But now they were the weakest among the factions. 49 true monarch realm experts. 6 true monarchs had fallen in the previous battle, and 5 of them were from the Heaven Plants royal court, apart from King 100 Mountain. The true monarchs who had died previously were all from the Heaven Plants royal court. 44 true monarchs, including the Right Divine General's breakthrough, were only left with 45 true monarchs. It was hard to say for Li Zhu. 45 true monarchs were not a small number. However, King Qian, the Hall Master, was nowhere to be seen. The Hall Masters of the other 3 royal courts had shown up a few times, and Life Monarch was even more frequent. Under such circumstances, the Heaven Plants royal court was indeed unstable after the death of 5 true monarchs. Li Zhu looked helpless and sighed, King Hua, we have to ask King Qian for help. Seeing everyone still looking at him, Li Zhu sighed again. Whether the monarchs believe me or not, I can't do anything about it. If you really want me to say something, we can give up on the monarch's battlefield. Give up? King Feng frowned. At the monarch's battlefield, the 2 monarchs are in deep slumber. In the past, when the 2 monarchs were in power, the other monarchs were like slaves. Li Zhu, are you willing to see the return of the 2 monarchs and recreate the era of the 2 monarchs? Li Zhu pondered for a moment. The 2 monarchs aren't invincible. Heaven subduing king, demon monarch, King Qian, all of them can be defeated. Things are different now. Back then, the experts of the demon monarch era had yet to appear. If the 2 monarchs want to unify God Continent, they will have to see if those grandmasters agree. I feel that there is no need for everyone to waste too much energy on the 2 monarchs. Seeing that they were about to speak again, Li Zhu smiled. I feel that we should let Life Monarch and the others test it out. Of course, the monarch's battlefield is extremely important. Now that an ancient expert said that there are remnants of the demon monarch treasure at the monarch's battlefield, it is suspected to be related to the seed of rebirth. If the experts of God Continent want to continue, the seed of rebirth, must be obtained. This has never changed in the past hundreds of years. Since Life Monarch wants to kill the two monarchs, why not let him test it out? I feel that we should be more concerned about the demon monarch treasure. King Hua nodded slightly. That's true. Moreover, the chaos origin source at the monarch's battlefield has yet to be broken, so we cannot attack recklessly. Previously, Life Monarch suggested to let warriors below the true monarch stage enter the monarch's battlefield to test it out and see if we can seize the opportunity to obtain the treasure. If the two monarchs are awake and unleash their full strength, the chaos origin source will definitely be thrown into chaos from the inside. The monarch's battlefield will collapse on its own, and the two monarchs' greatest reliance will disappear. If they don't make a move or aren't awake, there's hope to obtain the demon monarch treasure. At this moment, Feng King didn't bother Li Zhu anymore. He said with a bland tone, "In fact, the seal in this place has been weakening. As expected, when the seal is broken automatically, it will be the time when the two kings' powers will reach their peak. No matter what, we cannot let the two monarchs recover to their peak. Either we force the two monarchs to make a move, or we think of a way to break the monarch's battlefield from the inside." His meaning was clear. He wanted to send people to the monarch's battlefield. Li Zhu smiled. "Now that the seal is weakening, can the true monarchs enter?" "The true monarchs are still too powerful. The origin energy is dense, and it will easily cause the chaos origin to attack. A few days ago, we tested it. In a few days, everyone below the true monarch stage should be able to enter." Li Zhu heard this and sighed again. "That's troublesome." Qi Huanyu from Destiny Royal Court, Su Yunfei from the Land of Rebirth, Wu Quishan, and the rest are all powerhouses in the divine path, including Feng Ping. It's difficult to compete with them. King Feng frowned. "It's not that easy for martial artists from the Land of Rebirth to enter." King Hua smiled. "Feng Ji, you may not know this, but Life Monarch has already agreed." "What right does Life Monarch have to agree?" "I have no choice but to agree." King Hua smiled. "You were in closed-door cultivation a few days ago, so you don't know the inside story. In the Land of Rebirth, powerhouses joined forces to threaten Life Monarch. Taking advantage of the appearance of Outland, they forced Life Monarch to agree to explore the monarch's battlefield together. Who wouldn't be tempted by the demon monarch treasure? Back then, the battle of the monarchs in the monarch's battlefield was for this item. Now it has attracted the attention of all parties." King Feng frowned but did not say anything. "In the Land of Rebirth, the suppressing heavenly king ranked second in the three realms and seventh in the three realms of martial kings. These people were all peerless powerhouses. This time, the demon monarch treasure had tempted everyone. Even Life Monarch was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble and had no choice but to agree to explore together. Was there any use in his objection? King Feng was dissatisfied. After some thought, he said in a low voice, "Then we'll summon the royal city lords, divine sect elders, and dynasty powerhouses to enter together. No matter how strong Qi Huanyu and the rest are, they are still divine path, not true monarchs." There was no lack of rank, 9 powerhouses in the catacombs. There were 360 royal city lords, powerhouses from various divine sects and dynasty, powerhouses from other regions, and true monarchs' subordinates. There were many rank 9s. No matter how strong Qi Huanyu and the rest were, they could fight 1 against 10. But what about 100? As he spoke, King Feng continued, "This time we still need someone to go and suppress the strong enemy." "Li Zhu, you won't be going, right?" Li Zhu's expression was bitter. He sighed. "Since King Feng doesn't believe me, then I'll go and give it a try. If I can really scare the powerhouses, it'll be my honor." King Feng glanced at him, his eyes cold and stern. He did not say anything. If Li Zhu really went, there might be a chance to test the waters. This person had been pretending to be dead for all these years. He wanted to see if he was really dead or just faking it. If he really had emperor-level strength, then there must be a big plan. Chapter 928. In the next few days, Demonic City began to prepare for the World Martial Tournament. The so-called World Martial Meet was where the people from the 6 great holy lands came to Shanghai to discuss the matter of the King battle. In the last World Martial Arts Youth Competition, all the participants were of the younger generation. This time, the ones who came were all veteran powerhouses. As for Fang Ping, from a young martial artist who participated in the competition in the beginning, he was now the leader of the National Martial Arts Association. On the Hua Nation side, the absolute elites did not show up, since it was held in Magic City and the Heaven Division was in charge. Fang Ping naturally became one of the leaders of this meeting. Shanghai Airport. A private plane slowly landed. Soon the plane stopped. On the plane, several experts with blonde hair and blue eyes slowly floated down from the sky. Rosace, what do you think? At this moment, someone among the people who landed in midair asked with a smile. Roses, the team leader of the Paradise of Gods in the youth tournament. He was known as the unbeatable young powerhouse among rank 6 martial artists. That day, when he came to China to participate in the competition, he was full of confidence, but in the end he returned in a sorry state. The current Rosace was much more mature than before. His golden hair shone even more brilliantly. Hearing his companion beside him speak, Rosace said calmly, Fang killed many people in the Demon's Den and is now ranked at the top of the Wind Cloud list. I can no longer compare to him. He admitted defeat just like that? The young man who had just asked the question chuckled again. Rosace looked at his companion, thought for a moment, and said slowly, This time we're here to discuss the matter of the Imperial battleground. Modi, although you're a descendant of God of War, I advise you not to provoke Fang Ping. His companion was a direct descendant of the God of War. He was stronger and older than him. Now he had entered rank 8. However, a rank 8 wanted to provoke Fang Ping? Motor seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged, golden-haired powerhouse in front of them said indifferently, Motor, shut up! No one can save you for stirring up trouble in China this time. He paused, then added, If you provoke Fang Ping, you'll die a horrible death. Don't cause trouble for His Holiness the God of War. As soon as he said that, Motor's expression changed slightly. She asked telepathically, Is Fang Ping really that scary? The middle-aged man in front said quickly, Fang Ping is naturally no match for His Holiness, God of War. However, the Martial King realm is powerful, and he is now the leader of all 6 holy lands. He cannot be offended. Respected leader? How come I didn't know about this? Motor was astonished. The 6 holy lands respected the Martial King as their leader, but no one had ever mentioned this before. Just 2 days ago, the 6 holy lands reached an agreement. Now, King Wu is the leader of the Earth side, so as to avoid being defeated one by one. But stop doubting me. The middle-aged man at the front had already seen the Hua Nation powerhouses who had come to greet them. He quickly said, You and Rosace are only observers in this meeting. You do not have any voting rights. Remember my words. Don't provoke Fang Ping. You're the descendant of His Holiness, the God of War. If you get into a conflict with ordinary martial artists in Sino Nation won't punish you too harshly. If you get into a conflict with Fang Ping and get killed, His Holiness the God of War won't intervene. Hearing this, Motor's expression turned solemn. Killed? He was one of the only 2 descendants of the God of War, and he could do whatever he wanted in the Hall of Gods. But now he was actually told that even if he was killed, no one would come forward. This made Mortier even more vigilant and surprised. Sino Nation's Fang Ping. Right now, Fang Ping's name was known to the entire world. After all, both parties had never met before. He really did not understand what Fang Ping meant. The powerhouses from the Hall of Gods arrived. Not long after, Fang Ping's acquaintances arrived as well. Not long after the powerhouses from the Hall of Gods left, another plane landed. A group of black-robed martial artists walked out. The people from the Andes had arrived. The black-robed woman who had participated in the youth tournament, Luska, was now less cold than before. She no longer covered her face, revealing her exquisite features. However, there was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. During the battle in the Magic City catacombs earlier, Sino Nation had won a great victory and killed many true kings. However, there were not many peerless martial artists in the Andes. Yet, a peerless martial artist had been killed. This peerless martial artist was Luska's ancestor. After getting off the plane, a yellow-skinned middle-aged man with long brown hair stood beside Luska. He spoke telepathically. "Luska, your ancestor has fallen. Now the family's glory is gone. Sino Nation's Fong Ping is still unmarried. You got to know Fong Ping during the youth tournament. This time you can test him." Luska glanced at the middle-aged man. He was from the same generation as her grandfather, but now, when he mentioned Fong Ping, there was a hint of flattery in his tone. Luska did not speak. She lowered her head and did not reply. The middle-aged man did not say much either. He sighed in his heart. Sino Nation's Fong Ping, nowadays, who did not want to be friends with all the forces. Fong Ping was not married yet. This time, there would be many people eyeing him. Totem City, 10,000 Pagodas World, Ancient Buddha Holy Land. Various forces, as well as some representatives from other countries, arrived in Magic City one after another. Rank 8 and 9 powerhouses who are rarely seen appeared frequently in Magic City these few days. However, Fong Ping did not show up. It was Tian Mu and the others who were in charge of receiving them. He did not show up, and no one questioned anything. Even when the people from Star City arrived, Fong Ping did not show up. Everyone thought that Fong Ping was cultivating in seclusion, so no one mentioned this. Fong Ping, who was mistaken for being in seclusion, was now lying lazily on the lawn. His left hand was pinching the cat's big head. His right hand was pinching Feng Yuan's chubby little face. Both feet were on the Jiao's back, basking in the sun. Of course, the Jiao was obviously not satisfied. Chef was getting more and more out of hand. Unfortunately, its resistance was futile. Chef was getting stronger and stronger. It felt that he was scarier than a monster. Plus, since the dumb cat's head was pinched, the Jiao accepted its fate. The Jiao's heart was filled with infinite contempt. The dumb cat was so strong and he pinched its head just like that. Did it not know how to resist? The cat clearly had no intention of doing that. Pinching it was fine. Resisting was too tiring. The trickster said that he would get some drinks for it this time. They were waiting to eat beef together. The cat was thinking about the drinks, so it could not be bothered about the trickster pinching its head. Since there was food to eat, there was no harm in pinching it. Big Cat, those foreign powerhouses, did they exist in the past? From Lord Cat to Brother Cat to Big Cat, Fong Ping changed the way he addressed it naturally, without any sense of awkwardness. The cat did not seem to understand. It squinted, basked in the sun, and said lazily, "Yes, but there weren't many powerhouses in the past. In the past, the human world was a big pancake. They lived around it. Later, when the land broke, they floated away." "Is that so?" Fong Ping was surprised. He asked curiously, "Earth and the catacombs, were they really one in the past?" "Yes." The cat swallowed the chicken drumstick in front of it lazily and continued. "In the beginning, it was a very, very big sea with 3 pancakes on it. The celestial realm was the biggest, the land realm was the second biggest, and the human world was the third. Then they separated. Someone moved the celestial realm to the sky. The land realm stayed where it was, and the human world was moved to one side. Then they built the celestial realm wall, and then there were the 3 realms." "Who did it?" Fong Ping was still a little shocked. How big was the catacombs? The current catacomb surface area was 10 times the size of Earth's land, and this was not all. Back then, most of it was destroyed, and only a small part was left. All the emperors? The cat stole the snacks in front of Fong Yuan again. Satisfied, it continued, "I think so." "Who cares?" Fong Yuan rolled her eyes. This cat was so shameless. It hid so many snacks and still wanted to steal hers. Fong Ping thought for a while, then said casually, "Big Cat, let me use the god-slaying saber. I'll cut you some beef." Oh no. The cat came to a sudden realization. It glanced at Fong Ping from the corner of its eyes and said, unhappily, "The god-slaying saber is for me to cut the fish. It'll be gone if I give it to you." Big Cat, you've really misunderstood me. Fong Ping sighed. You said you don't eat people. It's disgusting. But what is the god-slaying saber? A divine weapon. Have you killed people before? Yes. Many of them. Those intestines, brain matter, even feces. TSK, TSK, I don't know how much they've stained. It's so disgusting. The cat's expression changed. You actually used it to cut fish. Tell me, did you eat those? All kinds of feces. It's so disgusting. Wretch. The cat seemed to be disgusted. It stretched its fat neck and wanted to retch. Liar. What he said made sense. The god-slaying saber had killed people before. It had stabbed many people to death. I actually used it to cut fish. Why didn't I think of it before? Didn't that mean that I ate a lot of those things? The cat retched again. Stupid cat. The Jiao cursed again in its heart. Pretentious. What was this? You actually wanted to vomit. If this was not pretentious, then what was? Fong Ping continued. That's why I want you to keep it with me. Or else. You'll think about it every time you see it. You'll think about those people's blood, those intestines, those feces. Smack! The cat's tail whipped him, its eyes full of grievance. You're still talking about it? I'm going to vomit if you keep talking. Fong Ping sighed. Let's not talk about it anymore. Do whatever you want. Keep it for yourself. Take it out and lick it when you're free. It tastes good too. Meow. The cat could not take it anymore. It said pitifully, "Stop talking. I'll lend it to you. Divine weapons don't stain those things. They'll stain a little." You're still talking. Let's not talk about it anymore. Big Cat, where's the god-slaying saber? The cat was a little gloomy. It dug around with its claws. It did not know where it got it from. After a while, a blood-red kitchen knife appeared in its claws. Fong Ping took a look. His face turned green. Kitchen knife? Was it really a kitchen knife? The cat seemed to know what he was thinking. It muttered, "It can be transformed. It can be transformed into something that's a little bigger." Fong Ping heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed to be true. Old Yao and the others' divine weapons could transform. Fong Ping took the kitchen knife. Just as he was about to speak, the cat looked at him and said, "You have to return it to me. Those who don't return it are all dead." Okay. Fong Ping agreed readily. As for when he would return it, he would think about it when he no longer needed it. The god-slaying saber in his hands was no different from an ordinary divine weapon. Fong Ping asked curiously, "Other than being sturdy, is there no other benefit to this divine weapon?" "There is," the cat said quickly. "When you cut the fish, you can use less strength." Fong Ping changed it. When he killed someone, he could use less strength. It seemed like the increase was not small. That's it. Divine weapons were sought after by powerhouses. Fong Ping felt that there must be some other special effects, right? You can get the origin space. This time the cat said something that Fong Ping did not know. You can use the kitchen knife to hack other people's DAOs. It's fun. Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He said, quickly, "You mean I can bring divine weapons into the origin space or the origin DAO?" The cat said gloomily, "Don't you know? Don't you have a small armor? The origin battle armor is an imitation of divine weapons, and it's an imitation of emperor armor." Fong Ping was sober now. He had almost forgotten that he had a set of origin battle armor. Since the origin battle armor could be brought into the origin space to increase defense, of course, divine weapons could be brought in too. If that's the case, when I fight with people with divine weapons, I can touch their origin DAO and hack their origin DAO with divine weapons? Yes. Fong Ping was shocked. This could work. Was this a divine weapon? In the origin Tao, he did not have any attack power. Previously, when he peeked at some people's origin Tao, he was just looking. He did not expect this. Fang Ping started fantasizing in his heart. If he entered the peak of the origin Tao and hacked it with the god-slaying saber, could he hack it to death? The cat seemed to know what he was thinking. It said lazily, "Even if you have divine weapons, you can't hack them. True gods are very strong. If you go in, they might find out and then kick you out. Otherwise, they will stab you to death." Fang Ping thought about it and agreed, but he still said excitedly, "If that's the case, if I hold the god-slaying saber, maybe I can quietly hack those top rank 9s to death." "I don't know. Try it." The cat was too lazy to answer. It was about to fall asleep because of the sun. Seeing that, Fang Ping did not ask any more. He was satisfied. After basking in the sun for a few days, he finally tricked the god-slaying saber. It was worth it. However, Fang Ping soon realized a problem. He seemed to be unable to use it. He could not help but ask, "Can I refine it?" "This is mine. It has an owner. Unless you become a true god, otherwise you can't refine it." The cat was a little awake now. It seemed to be snickering. "You can only use it now. If you lose it, you can't get it back. This cat can take it back." Fang Ping was gloomy. This cat was not that stupid. It actually had a trick up its sleeve. The cat did not care if he scolded it or not. It was already good enough to lend it to him. If you don't want to return it, it would not do it. Fang Ping had obtained the god-slaying saber. His goal was considered achieved. As for the Sky Destroyer and the rest, he would keep them first. The cat's fur had to be plucked little by little. It would not be good if the cat was afraid of being plucked all of a sudden. After ravaging the cat's big head again, Fang Ping stood up and pulled himself together. His lethargy disappeared instantly. He said energetically, "Then you continue playing with Fang Yuan. Don't go to the catacombs if you have nothing to do. Gun, brush the big cat's fur properly. I'm leaving first." Fang Yuan was gloomy. She had really become a brush. Her brother did not let her go to school now. He was a professional brush. Fang Ping did not care if she was gloomy or not. Fang Yuan was still very safe with the cat. This cat was strong, and so was its little brother. If the cat could not protect her, old Zhang might not be able to. After leaving the district, Fang Ping was no longer smiling cheekily. His expression turned serious. Outside the district, there were already many people waiting. When Bei Gongyan saw him coming out, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. "Minister Fang, everyone is almost here. They are all at the Heaven Division now. When will the meeting officially start? Are there any paragons coming?" "Yes," Bei Gongyan said, "but Desperate Realm won't show up this time. Minister Qin has also arrived. I don't know where he is receiving these paragons now. He hasn't shown up yet." "Got it." Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. Although he was walking and looked slow at this moment, he was not slower than the cars nearby. After walking for a while, he asked, "Are all the families sure that the second king won't make a move?" There's no definite news for now. There must be a clear answer. Otherwise, they can just casually slap everyone to death. Who can reason with them then? I'm afraid we can only get an official answer when the meeting starts. Fang Ping did not go into details. These things could wait until the meeting started. This time, representatives from the 6 Holy Lands had arrived. Their main target was the treasure left behind by the Demon Emperor or the Earthly Emperor's projection. Fang Ping was more curious now. What was this treasure? He had been to the place where the kings fought twice, but he had never gone deep into it. Even Star Town had been exploring, allowing Star Town's rank 9 to move around in the place where the kings fought. Clearly, this was approved by Heavenly King Garrison. Even Heavenly King Garrison was tempted. Fang Ping did not know much about Heavenly King Garrison. However, a powerhouse like Heavenly King Garrison would probably not be interested in ordinary treasures, right? Is it related to the Seed of Rebirth? Fang Ping guessed in his heart. Perhaps he could find out some secrets when the meeting started. P.S. I'm so tired I want to close my eyes. That's it for today. I'm drowsy from writing. For 1,500 words is not considered a small chapter. Chapter 929. Heaven Division. The island where the top military academy used to be had now been turned into the headquarters of the Heaven Department. On the cruise, Fong Ping stood at the bow of the ship and said suddenly, the Heaven Division needs a guardian beast in the water. It has to be strong. This is to prevent people from spying on Tian Division when we leave. Bei Gong Yan's face scrunched up. Demonic beasts? The ash cat seems to be preparing to feed the gopher, and the phoenix spirit the emperor-level beef. After eating it, perhaps the two will become a little stronger. Let the gopher enter the underground of the Heaven Division and be in charge of guarding the underground of the Heaven Division. The phoenix spirit will guard the sky of the Heaven Division. Bei Gong Yan couldn't help but ask, is this necessary? Yes. Fong Ping said in a low voice, you've seen for yourself what the Heaven Division is doing. The number of people they're arresting has increased, and the number of secrets has increased. Shen San and Li Yi are both imprisoned in the Tian Division. We have to prevent anyone from breaking them out. Bei Gong Yan was dumbfounded. Rescue? There was no such saying. According to what Fong Ping was saying, he was going to arrest people in the future? Fong Ping looked at the island. After pondering for a moment, he said, when I get back, I'll ask a few ministers to move the island another 100 li into the sea. This time, Bei Gong Yan was even more surprised. In a slightly solemn voice, he said, Minister Fong, you mean, chaos is coming. Fong Ping said calmly, Earth may not always be so stable. The Great Peace Celestial Emperor had been killed, but the minister had never found where Great Peace Heaven was. Beyond heaven was the space passageway that connected the catacombs and Earth. Previously, due to the strength of the boundary wall, their passageway to the catacombs seemed to have been closed and sealed. But now, according to reliable information, the people of the realm beyond Avalon seemed to be able to connect the two realms, and they no longer needed to enter and exit from a single passage. In addition, according to reliable information, there are indeed passageways connecting the domains to Earth. Other than the destroyed Purple Cap Mountain, the other 6 domains, except for Mount Wanggu, seem to have some unusual movements. They may be preparing to open the passageway to Earth. Bei Gong Yan's expression changed. Hasn't Gong Zhuanzi already left the mountain? He's the only one in the Kuokang Mountain. Why does he want to open the passageway? Not sure. Fong Ping laughed. Maybe these venerable emperors are unwilling to be controlled by others. Now the passageways are in the hands of humans and the catacombs. Both sides are paying close attention. Their every move is in our eyes. Since that's the case, it's naturally more convenient for them to open the passage themselves. Bei Gong Yan frowned and said, but this way these experts will be able to enter and leave Earth as they wish. That's going to be troublesome. There are so many ordinary people in the world. If they casually release their aura, it could lead to the death of tens of millions of people. Fong Ping nodded and said, this is indeed a huge problem. Moreover, I'm more worried that the catacombs' powerhouses will join forces with the Grandmasters. This will be even more troublesome. Now, there were signs of this. The catacombs' powerhouses were not idiots. Now that these ancient powerhouses had appeared out of nowhere, they would not remain silent. I heard that mysterious powerhouses have started to appear in the catacombs. A mysterious expert? Some experts from the Demon Emperor's era. Fong Ping laughed. The Demon Emperor God dynasty has been annihilated. Do you really think that only the 2 kings survived? The 2 kings were not all that the Demon Emperor God dynasty had. Back when the Demon Emperor God dynasty ruled over the 3 realms, the 2 kings had been nothing more than generals and overlords. Other than that, there were some other powerhouses, not just from the era of the 2 kings. After the 2 kings went into hibernation, there was a gap of more than 1,000 years before unquestionable Jian entered the catacombs. You don't think that these 1,000 years have been so peaceful, do you? After the demon emperor god dynasty had been annihilated, the two kings had led a group of people to escape to the current forbidden zone. After that, a war with the bounded boundaries had erupted. The survivors, led by the two kings, were not all that the earthly emperor god dynasty had. Overseas, there were still some remnants of the earthly emperor god dynasty. After the war in the bounded boundaries, there had been more than 1,000 years before unquestionable Jian entered the catacombs. Were there no powerhouses in the catacombs in these 1,000 years? The Life Kings and the others had actually been around for nearly 1,000 years. When unquestionable Jian had entered the catacombs, he had killed a large number of powerhouses. Many of the ancient antiques in the catacombs had been killed. However, some of them had not died. Instead, they had been hiding ever since. Bei Gongyan's expression grew more and more solemn. The world was going to be in chaos. But what about the civilians? 107 passageways had been opened. Now, Grandmasters and the bounded boundaries were about to open passageways. 2 more and more passageways were opening. The barrier between the two realms was now riddled with holes. Humans could no longer defend. When all 108 passageways had been opened, the entire bounded boundaries would shatter. When that time came, it would no longer be about defending the passageways. The two realms would become one. Today's line of defense might completely collapse. The more he thought about it, the more nervous Bei Gongyan became. Faint beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Minister Fang, has the 3 ministries and 4 residences made a decision on this matter? Fang Ping nodded slightly. Let's wait a little longer. After this meeting, the 4 ministries and 4 residences, including the 6 great holy lands and the governments of various countries, will hold a high-level meeting. We will discuss how to deal with the upcoming predicament. As he spoke, Fang Ping returned to the earlier topic. That's why I said that we need to relocate the headquarters of heaven. 100 miles away from the sea, there seems to be a Grandmaster. They seem to still be in the catacombs and haven't opened a passageway to Earth. But we have to be on guard. Heaven will be guarding this place and suppressing a Grandmaster. It's not just us. The 4 houses of guardians and the 3 ministries might also relocate their headquarters, suppress the catacombs' passageways, suppress the Grandmaster or the bounded boundaries. But they have venerable emperors. It doesn't matter. Fang Ping smiled. We're mainly defending the ordinary martial artists in those places. There don't seem to be many survivors in the bounded boundaries, but there are quite a few Grandmasters. The Grandmasters aren't considered powerful, and the place isn't big either, but there are still 500 survivors. Some Grandmasters might be a small world. It's not unusual to have tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. When Bei Gongyan heard this, he could not help but sigh. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. I'm afraid there are quite a lot of powerhouses among them. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, It's not just them. After this, the 6 great holy lands might open up to the public. They might even recruit disciples from the outside, like the Grandmaster. I've communicated with the people in Star Town previously. In Star Town, a few families seem to be interested in this. Nowadays, most of the people in Star Town are direct descendants of the peerless elites. Once the world is in chaos, there will be more deaths. These peerless elites can't bear to see their families' disciples die or get injured. All these years, they've saved up quite a lot of good stuff. Some of them have even recruited a group of disciples in secret. They might return soon. Bei Gongyan was not surprised this time. He nodded and said, We know about this. In the world of sects, some sects are actually passed down from Star Town. Some of their founders are people from Star Town. Fang Ping nodded first, then exhaled softly. This is only on the surface. No one knows how everyone has arranged in secret. Having said that, Fang Ping grinned. Others aside, do you think old Zhang has a backup plan, Commander Bei Gong? Did he really not make any preparations all these years? Bei Gong Yen did not care about how he addressed him. He thought for a while and said, "It's very difficult. Most of the resources that the minister has gathered all these years have been invested into the Yuan military. If he really wanted to train a group of people, where would he hide them?" Fang Ping thought about it and agreed. He said, "Let's not think about this for now. Anyway, the Heaven Division's defense system must be established. At the critical moment, they might transfer a group of people into the Heaven Division. It's not that I'm being selfish, but some of the powerhouse's family members must be transferred. Nowadays, many powerhouses are fighting outside. Previously, Earth was peaceful, so everything was fine. The probability of something happening to their family members was not high, but now it's hard to say. Some high-ranked powerhouses' family members must be properly settled to prevent them from being used. Sino Nation has been accumulating for so many years. There are only so many powerhouses. If they're used and killed, it'll be a huge loss. We can't afford it." "I understand." Bei Gong Yen did not say anything. He did not have to care about this before, but now he had to be more careful. Ghosts and monsters had appeared. Earth was full of loopholes now. Some grandmasters also cultivated the path of vitality. Even if they mixed into the human world, they might not be able to tell them apart. Under such circumstances, everyone had no choice but to be careful. Fang Ping was still talking to Bei Gong Yen. Sun City. On both sides of the noisy street in a tea house, a group of people had booked the entire third floor. A small half of Sun City's street area came into view. There were old and young people, men and women in this group. After the waitress had served tea, they went downstairs. In the crowd, a young man rubbed his hair. He was not used to it and said, "Master, why do we have to shave our heads? Our bodies, hair, and skin are given by our parents." By the window, a white-haired old man looked down at the street. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, chuckling. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since the human world is like this now, then we should change too." But the old man did not wait for him to finish. He looked at the others and said, "There are secrets in the human world, big secrets. Ever since the opening of the heaven-human barrier, human martial artists' cultivation has been restricted. Under normal circumstances, human martial artists can't cultivate to true God level. But now they're not only true God level martial artists, but also emperor powerhouses." In the crowd, a middle-aged man said, "Senior, I heard that they all broke through in the land realm. That's not strange, is it?" The old man smiled. "That's right. They all broke through in the land realm. But in the human world, there have been many who stepped into the origin realm. The origin realm isn't that easy to achieve. The emperor once said that there might be some changes in the human world, making it easier to break through. Now, some grandmasters want to establish their own sects in the human world. They all want to test if that's the case. If that's the case, I'm afraid all forces will swarm into the human world. The seed of rebirth is in the human world. Maybe it's because of the seed of rebirth that the human world's great path is more obvious and has gaps. It's easier to peep into the great path. This great era is not only an opportunity for Emperor, but also for us. We can step into the origin realm, the true God level, and even the Emperor realm more easily." The old man's eyes gleamed as he said, "In a situation where spiritual energy is almost extinct, where cultivation methods have disappeared, and where only the most basic methods like the method of honing are passed down, where people can practice martial arts without any barriers, is it really normal for so many divine realm martial artists to appear in the human world?" The old man became more and more excited. Less than 100 years. There are more than 2,000 divine realm martial artists in the human world. There are more than 500 golden body martial artists and hundreds of origin realm martial artists. Is this normal? Hearing this, everyone frowned. The middle-aged martial artist said in a deep voice, "It took me 500 years to cultivate to the origin realm, and that was when there was enough spiritual chi and elixirs to peep into the origin realm. I didn't think too much about it before, but now that you mentioned it, it's indeed very strange. The old man nodded. That's right. 100 years ago, everything was normal. 1,000 years ago, martial arts in the human world were about to die out. The demon emperor entered the catacombs to prevent martial arts in the human world from dying out. However, even if the demon emperor opened the crack in the world wall and let some spiritual chi seep into the human world, it was still difficult to save the situation. Until 100 years ago, this situation changed. The new martial arts era began in the human world, and powerhouses kept emerging. It was related to the opening of the passage and the entry of martial artists into the land realm. However, according to Emperor speculation, it's more likely that there are abnormalities in the human world. The seed of rebirth may have begun to move, and that's why the human world is now. The old man said in a deep voice, this matter may be related to a few people. Shen, Chen, Zhang Li Nan Fang. These 6 people may have something to do with the fact that it's easier to comprehend the human world. Among the crowd, some were at a loss, while some were deep in thought. The middle-aged martial artist murmured, China has 4 departments and 4 residences now, and these 6 people are the leaders of 4 departments and 2 residences. Senior brother, you mean, it's not my intention. The old man said with a smile, it's Emperor's order. Investigate these 6 people's past thoroughly. Xin and Chen might just be a catalyst. They came from the blessed grotto heaven. This is not fake. The ones we really need to investigate are the other 4. Li Nancha, Zhang Taiqiang Nan. I don't feel it obvious, but Fang, he rose too quickly. The increase in martial arts powerhouses in Sino Nation has a lot to do with him. As the old man said this, everyone remembered some of the information they had obtained earlier. Everyone nodded. It was indeed abnormal. The people of the new martial arts era did not feel anything. They all thought that Fang Ping had brought back a large number of resources, and that was why so many powerhouses were forged. However, they were not martial artists. What did martial artists know? How could illuminating God be so simple? But now a large number of martial artists around Fang Ping had become illuminating martial artists. Not to mention golden bodies and origin, especially origin. Was it really that easy to comprehend the Tao? Was it that simple? However, on Fang Ping's side, some of the people he came into contact with had stepped into origin quickly. This was abnormal. The old man's eyes wandered, and he said slowly, Emperor said that Fang Ping might have something to do with the seed of rebirth. He opened a gap in the origin of Tao, making it easier for the people around him to spy on the Tao. The deeper the contact with him, the easier it is to comprehend. Chun Yaozu, Zhang Weiyu, and Nan Yunyue all entered true God after coming into contact with him. Wu Chuan, Wu Quishan, Li Changsheng, these people were also influenced by him. They became stronger quickly, and their path of origin progressed at a tremendous pace. The old man continued to narrate, saying softly, so the place where he was born, the place where he grew up, might have some traces left behind. The middle-aged martial artist could not help but ask, Senior, is he the reincarnation of the demon emperor? Emperor said he shouldn't be. The old man chuckled. Unquestionable, Sword might not have reincarnated. With unquestionable Sword's personality, the possibility of him reincarnating and cultivating again is not high. Fang Ping is just a bait he used to distract some people. However, in Emperor's eyes, Fang Ping might be more important than unquestionable Sword. Now, Fang Ping and Zhang, these two might be the key figures in the future. Zhang Bianqiang was too fast and Fang Ping was the same. Of course, Fang Ping might be the person Zhang pushed out to divert attention. After all, this change did not start from now. It started decades ago. But that person is too strong. Even Emperor will not test him easily. We have 2 goals in coming out of Outland this time. First, confirm or eliminate the possibility of Fang Ping. Second, blend into the human world. As soon as he said that, the middle-aged martial artist nodded slightly. He also picked up his teacup and took a sip. He smiled. So we're all dressed like this now, just to blend in? It's also to fight for opportunities for ourselves. The old man smiled. We've been stuck in the origin realm for too long. Junior, don't you want to become a true god? Then if we come to Sun City, if we're discovered, won't it easily cause conflict? The old man smiled. We're just here to take a look. Someone is watching us in the dark. We're just here to take a look. Why would there be conflict? Coming here openly is more sincere than coming here in the dark. Shaving our hair and changing our appearance are actually expressions of goodwill. Coming to Sun City is to attract Fong Ping's attention. Maybe we can take the opportunity to get close to him. Previously, when Heaven recruited powerhouses everywhere, they did not pay too much attention to this person. Emperor did not want to be meddlesome and did not open the realm gate. Now that we're taking the initiative to seek refuge, won't it make people wary? Coming here will soon be known by him and others. Maybe we can see Fong Ping soon. Everyone present heard what the old man said. This time there were more than 20 martial artists, old and young. It was not a small number. A young man heard that and frowned. Master, I heard that Fong Ping is extremely domineering. He's also extremely hostile toward Outland. Are we really going to take the initiative to find him? Don't be arrogant. The old man chuckled. Although this person is domineering, I've read all his information. His domineering attitude is only toward his enemies. What if we're friends? The old man was wise. He said softly, he also has some good friends in Sun City. They've also embarked on the path of martial arts. Previously, those who observed Tomorrow City ignored these people. That was a big mistake. When Fong Ping was in Sun City, he had received Tan Jinping's kindness. Observing those people tomorrow, he felt that this person's aptitude was mediocre, so he did not mind. Fong Ping did not seem to care about these people. What would happen if we took this person under our wing? Some of his good friends from the same time period, Yang Jian, Wu Zhihao, Lu Ruoqi. These people are only average in strength now. The old man had obviously put in a lot of effort and investigated very clearly. He had information on some of Fong Ping's high school classmates. He could even name them. As of now, these people's abilities are very ordinary. It seems like someone in Tiannan has already contacted Lu Ruoqi and Yang Jian. When I went to Tiannan earlier, I sensed the aura of some old friends. If that's the case, our targets are Fong Ping's good friends in Sun City. The old man spoke clearly and logically. Then he changed the topic and said, "Don't tell anyone about this." There were some things that venerable sovereigns could see through, but the other venerable sovereigns couldn't see through because they were involved. Di Zun once said that the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor might have seen something. If I'm not mistaken, some people from the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor will also appear in the human world. Speaking of this, the old man was still a little proud. Some things, it was actually not that they could not see through, but some people were already bewitched. However, the Jade Long Heavenly Emperor of Soaring Jade Long was an ancient venerable sovereign of the same era as the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor. Previously, the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor protected Zhang Tao in the land realm. It very quickly attracted the attention of the Jade Long Heavenly Emperor, who was also one of the 4 Brahmas. Although the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor was at the end of his lifespan, after living for so many years, was he really so impulsive? Knowing that Changrong was also an ancient venerable sovereign, was he really so impulsive to fight the other party to the death so easily? Did he not know that once he fell and Changrong did not die, his dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor would soon become a thing of the past? At this time, the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor should not rely on the power of his imminent fall to provoke enemies, but to befriend everyone. But the dragon transformation Heavenly Emperor did not do so. The Jade Long Heavenly Emperor made a slight guess, and there was the matter of the jade-long heavenly sex people coming out of seclusion. The middle-aged martial artist waited for the old man to finish speaking, thought for a while, and said, "Senior brother, then we'll wait here now." "Wait." The old man smiled and said, "Our strength is not weak. If we stay here for long, those people will not be at ease. Coincidentally, I heard that the Heaven Division will be gathering powerhouses from all over Magic City for a discussion. I think they will notice us very soon. It's good, too. We can take this opportunity to get to know some powerhouses from the human world." After the old man finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. Very quickly he smiled and said, "They should be here soon." It's faster than this old man thought. "Yu Qing, go to Sun City. Sun City Commander House, find Tan Jinping, and ask if he is willing to become Jade Long Heavenly Emperor's disciple. Jade Long Heavenly is one of the 4 Brahmas. The Venerable Sovereign is one of the most ancient Venerable Sovereigns. This is the greatest opportunity in his life." Everyone had an expression of extreme approval. Jade Long Heavenly, one of the 4 Brahmas. Dragon Transformation Heavenly, Jade Long Heavenly, Chongrong Heavenly, Pingyu Heavenly. These 4 Venerable Sovereigns were also stronger and older than the average Venerable Sovereigns. Becoming a disciple of Jade Long Heavenly Emperor, if placed in the God and Demon era, even some descendants of true gods would find it difficult to become a disciple. At this moment, a rank 3 martial artist becoming a disciple of Jade Long Heavenly Emperor was indeed a great opportunity for Tan Jinping. In the crowd, a woman who looked more shrewd did not say much. Very quickly, she walked down the 3rd floor and went to the commander house to find Tan Jinping. As for the old man, he looked into the distance. There, a rank 7 martial artists' aura was coming. It seemed like they were about to arrive. People from Sino Nation had arrived. This scene did not only happen in Sun City. In Sino Nation, which had been peaceful for many years, some mysterious powerhouses appeared one after another. Some were alone, some were with their disciples. Some appeared openly, and some were hiding in the dark. Wind and clouds gathered. The absolute peak did not appear. Fang Ping once again became the focus of attention from all sides. Far away in Magic City, Fang Ping was still preparing for the meeting. However, he had also received some news. This time's meeting might not only be a matter of the 6 holy lands and the various countries' governments. When Fang Ping received the news, he was deep in thought. Perhaps some ancient forces were unwilling to be left out and were preparing to get involved. "All of you come." In Magic City, Fang Ping murmured. Whether they were friend or foe, it was better to show up than not. While old Zhang and the others were still around, it was best to roughly distinguish between the enemy's camp and his, in case it would not end well later.